All right, good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I want to start this meeting today to say Happy New Year and welcome back. I'm going to call the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting to order. My name is Amy Bergens. I am the Douglas County Clerk Treasurer, and I have the honor of opening the first meeting of every year until we elect a chair and a vice chair. So with that, we're going to start with the pledge, and I will have you all stand with me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we'll move on to public comment. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. Public comment will not be taken on Liquor Board agenda items. If you would like to provide public comment on Liquor Board agenda items, please provide your public comment during opening public comment and closing public comment. Public comment must be limited to matters that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners. Public comment must be addressed to the chairperson and not the members of the public so that the board may take further action on the issues that are raised by the public. At this time, public comment is open, and we will start with anyone that would like to speak.
Good morning. Following the recent atmospheric river, I observed that the county's ditches...
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Can you please...
Rachel Christensen?
Thank you.
Following the recent atmospheric river, I observed that the county's ditches and street drainage systems are directed to discharge into Smelter Creek. If the county maintains that Smelter Creek is not its responsibility, then this constitutes the illegal dumping of water and silt onto private property, forcing property owners to manage the county's runoff. Proving my point even more is the work on the Smelter Creek cleanout that you started early at Buckskin is already showing damage. Not from the water flowing up from the pine nuts, but caused from diverting all the drainage to Smelter Creek from the Ruinstrath area. Furthermore, the county disasters response was inadequate. Contrary to statements made by Charla and Mark and Jennifer, emergency personnel did not check on every resident. In Ruinstrath, I found very few residents who were contacted during this disaster event. This includes a resident who's a renter of one of our homeowners whose home was completely surrounded with water, called 911 with no response. No one came to check on them. An officer accessed Mustang Road from the dirt road to come look at the creek and says, I'm out of here. He didn't check on anybody up there on Farrier Court. And I'm telling you this so you could learn to do better and fix your response the next time there's a disaster, instead of trying to change the narrative. Where's the the damage assessment report? Lastly, regarding today's agenda, I find the ethics of government training particularly timely. Jennifer and Wendy, the tracking of a county commissioner to intimidate is also unethical. I witnessed this last week. I hope the training provides necessary clarity on such conduct.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Happy New Year. I want to thank Douglas County for their public comment process. Please do not change it. TRPA and El Dorado County and other counties are following strange policies about how we comment before meetings and not during administrative items. That is an unfair policy. The past couple of years, I've expressed the need that the commissioners should choose different committees to become more well-rounded on all issues in the county. I emphasize, excuse me, and repeat the need for new people to be selected, especially for the Tahoe committees. I believe in a transition year that Commissioner Rice attend meetings, but then an alternate also attend as well. Tahoe issues are often complex and misunderstood and underrepresented. And subsequent reporting out of these meetings is really necessary, so somebody new needs to start learning. My next question is, are lobbyists going to attend the interim 2026 legislative committees? I am requesting and suggesting that she attend the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Oversight Committee meetings. The first session is January 23rd in Carson City. Other meetings are February 27th, April 10th, May 29th, July 10th at the TRPA offices, with closing meeting August 14th in Carson City. I'm looking forward to the following topics for discussion in this upcoming year, not necessarily in priority order. Event Center updates and status, Title 20 updates and status, Kale Drive project updates and status, Barton project update and status, stormwater management fee, tax, whatever, update and status, budget meetings, robust discussions of best bang for our limited bucks, Moeller Parkway, transfer of development rights. Lastly, with the upcoming Planning Commission topic on AB 241, Nevada housing requirements, there are 2 TRPA upcoming meetings on their Phase 3 housing, release of a notice of preparation for an environmental impact study. The governing board will be hearing that on January 28th to release that NOP, and February 11th, the Advisory Planning Commission will hear the same. Once approved, these will be added to our South Shore Area Plan and Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. I'm hoping that we will have some engagement and maybe some input to the changes to that planning. I participated, Placer County, Washoe County have had some issues with how that's going forward. Where heights are allowed at 65 feet in a residential zone is ridiculous. We don't have to adopt the maximums. Our Title 20 can limit some of that, and I think that should go forward for many reasons. I've turned in lots of comments on the TDAP and the SSAP along those lines. Thank you.
Jim Jackson, Happy New Year. I wasn't going to say anything when I first got up today, but I was listening to the radio and there was a short story put on it, and I thought it was very appropriate sometimes. The Consumer Electronics Show is going on in Las Vegas right now, and the reporter said that AI was the big deal. So he went over to one booth, one of the bigger manufacturers, and said, "Can I ask a question of AI?" And they said, "Yes, certainly." So he did. His question was, is there intelligent life on Mars? AI's response was, there is no evidence of intelligent life on Mars or any other planet in our solar system. You think about that for a second. This is AI. Is it telling the truth, or is it just not right? Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Daria Singer, and I'm the Director of Partnership Douglas County. And today I briefly wanted to highlight an important opportunity for the Douglas County Liquor Board to strengthen public health and youth safety by potentially requiring or encouraging responsible beverage server training for all staff at licensed alcohol retailers. This training directly supports compliance with NRS 202.055, which prohibits furnishing or selling alcohol to minors, and Douglas County Code 9.66.050, which addresses minor consumption, by ensuring that staff are properly trained to prevent underage access at the point of sale. Local data shows why this matters. According to our 2025 Comprehensive Community Prevention Plan, 32.7% of Douglas High School students have reported drinking alcohol within the past 30 days, and nearly 10% of our middle schoolers also reported recent alcohol usage. These numbers indicate that youth are accessing alcohol earlier than we would want, increasing risks for mental health challenges, academic impacts, and future substance usage. Responsible beverage server training addresses the issue at the point of access. It equips staff to properly check IDs, identify fake identification, refuse underage sales, and prevent overservice. When retailers are consistently trained, youth access decreases, community safety improves, and businesses are better protected. This is a collaborative prevention-focused solution. And to support this effort, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and Partnership Douglas County are offering upcoming responsible beverage server trainings that are always free. Our next one is on January 12th at 5 p.m., and then we have 2 in March 11th and March 26th, also at 5 p.m. That's hosted at Partnership Douglas County's office, and we encourage all to attend. And by promoting this training, it's a practical step for the Douglas County Liquor Board to take action to help reduce underage drinking, support responsible businesses, and protect our youth. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about prevention.
Jason Gibson, on behalf of the House of Gibson and the Justice Coalition in and for Douglas County. Still the spearhead on behalf of the Foundation for the Law of Time, World 13 Moon Calendar Change Peace Initiative, 1996 to current. Today, in our agenda, we see that the Toothless Tiger is here to teach us about ethics in government law. And the presentation for ethics in government law will be spearheaded again by none other than Ross Armstrong and his colleagues, Douglas Ritchie, Mark Jackson, Chairwoman Charlotte Hells, and her associate, Commissioner Vegas, bar accredited attorneys serving the Commonwealth interest of the Queen of England through the Nevada State Bar. That's an acronym for British Accredited Registered Agent, which is a conflict of interest. And we're here to remind you that today, well, before we go into that, we'll just recite this article written by Bill Shrimp in the Newsbreak about the toothless tiger. Government officials who violate state ethic laws often receive mere wrist slaps before moving on to lucrative positions with greater power. The contrast reveals a troubling pattern. The Nevada Commission on Ethics is meant to be a vital backstop for the public trust in government, but it has become a toothless tiger. Like much of the de facto institutions that claim to be representing our best interests, it was George Washington who addressed Congress in his first State of the Union, January 8, 1790. And this particular article was written by Michael Bolden. And he claims that Washington's visions was hijacked by British territorials who infiltrated our government and became the ruling authority when actually they should be public servants and peace officers. Washington, I quote, "Knowledge is in every country the surest basis of public happiness, in one in which the measures of government receive their impression so immediately from the sense of the community as in ours, as it is proportionately essential." We'll place this on the record again today so that Doug Ritchie can censor, molest, and hijack the public record, so that you won't know about your American history or the lawful government that's being restored by the American States Assembly.
Do we have any more public comment? All right.
Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if I may.
Sorry.
Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, with your permission, I'd like the opportunity to clarify a misunderstanding by a member of the public who shared some information as part of the public record today. First of all, I wish to clarify that the Runstraw flooding event, while it was occurring, I had reached out to the County Commission to advise each member of the commission that I had been advised by the members of the team that the individuals who had been impacted by the flooding had been contacted. I'm hearing loudly from members of the public that that may have not have been the case, and will continue to follow through with the members of my team to ensure that we are interacting with the public appropriately and responding appropriately in times of emergency. I thank the public for their feedback. Secondly, the misunderstanding I wish to correct is that at my direction, Assistant County Manager Wendy Lang has been closely working with our Public Works Division and also our Stormwater team, both teams that directly have been responding to the concerns and impacts from flooding in the Runestroth area. She was in the Runestroth area as a coincidence on the same day that Commissioner Tolbert was meeting with Ms. Christensen. She was not following Commissioner Tolbert intentionally. She was also looking at the work, surveying the work, making sure that the work that had been completed, the status of the work was being done consistent with the expectations of the board on the same day. And it just so happened Commissioner Tolbert was also out there at the same time. When she saw that he was meeting with Ms. Christensen, she approached both of them, said hello, and let them know the reason why she was in the neighborhood. She was not stalking. The reason for our presence in the neighborhood, again, is because the public has asked us to ensure that the work that is occurring out there is appropriate and reflects adequately the county's, this board's direction. So with that, Madam Clerk, I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I don't see anyone else that wants to speak at this time, so I will close public comment and we will move on to the approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda, the Board of Commissioners reserve the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion related to items on the agenda. Do we have any discussion or a motion?
Madam Clerk, is that their title today?
Sure.
Okay. I wish to move for the approval of the proposed agenda as proposed, as presented.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Gardner and a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, moving on to the administrative agenda item 5 for possible action, discussion on the election of a chairperson and vice chairperson of the Board of Commissioners in compliance with NRS 244.070 and County Code 2.04.025. Every year when I do this, I always give the option to the commissioners. This is one agenda item, so we will take public comment once on it. However, if you choose to take this as 2 motions, you can do so within the item. One would be for the motion for a chair, and the other one a motion for a vice chair. So at that, I will open it up for discussion.
I would support Commissioner Gardner to act as chair, and I would support Commissioner Tolbert to act as vice chair.
If that's a motion, I will second it.
It can't be a motion until, yes, we have to do public comment first, but I just wanted to open it up for discussion here. If you guys have any discussion, then I can open it up for public comment, and then we can come back for the motion.
In that case, I take back my second.
If we have no more discussion, I will go ahead and open it up for public comment. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for 1 motion or 2 motions at your will.
I move that we elect Mark Gardner as chair and Nathan Tolbert as vice chair.
If you have no objections, I will second.
Sorry, taking notes. I have a motion by Chairwoman or former Chairwoman Hales and a second by Commissioner Rice for Commissioner Gardner to be chairperson and for Commissioner Tolbert to be vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. My favorite part of the meeting. I'm done as chair. Congratulations to the new chair and vice chair. And we will take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes reasonable? A 5-minute break so we can rearrange seats. And then I will hand the meeting over to Chairman Gardner.
Okay, we're gonna get this meeting going back again. If you would all take your seats and quiet down, please. Hello? We could have everybody, this is the first time I've ever used that. This is the first time I've ever used that. Okay, once again, thank you. Okay, we're going to proceed with the agenda. First of all, a couple of comments. Number one, I want to express our gratitude for the service of Commissioner Hales for serving as our chair last year. It's not necessarily an easy job, okay? And Mr. Tolbert, congratulations, but it doesn't come with any additional pay either. Okay, so just so you understand, okay? As a matter of fact, it's a little bit more difficult because that timing box can get tricky. So, anyways, but you have a champ next to you that can assist you. So that's good. Okay, with that, the administrative agenda. The next item 6, approval of previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of December 4th, 2025 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. I'll entertain a motion to do so if there's no corrections.
Mr. Chair, I almost said Madam Chair again. It's been a while. Yeah, I move that we approve the previous minutes as presented.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Rice and a second by Commissioner Hales to approve the draft minutes of December 4th as presented. Further, no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? It's 5-0, so thank you. Okay. I'm a little bit rusty here on this, I think. So anyways, please bear with me. We'll now recess as the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. The Douglas County Liquor Board is made up of 6 members. Just for some information, it's made up of 6 members, and because we have the 5 commissioners that serve on this board, and we're joined by by our Sheriff Coverly on this board. So there's six opportunities there. So item 8 is for possible action, discussion to elect the chairperson of the Douglas County Liquor Board for 2026 in compliance with NRS 244.350. I'll entertain a motion.
Chairman, I move that that Commissioner Gardner, who's also the chair of the board, serve as the chair of the liquor board.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. So we have a motion by Sheriff Coverly and seconded by Commissioner Hales to elect myself as the chairperson of the Douglas County Liquor Board for 2026 in compliance with NRS 244.350. Any discussion? Since no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, right? Thank you. Okay. And so now we'll adjourn because we have no items on the agenda for the Liquor Board. We'll adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And the next item is the consent calendar. Is there anything that any of the commissioners wishes to pull off the consent calendar? If not, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the consent calendar, items A through H as presented. If there's no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. No, we don't do public comment on consent calendar items.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we'll now go into the administrative agenda. Can I get you to go down and do this one? You gotta do that one. Okay. You Okay, so item 12.1, for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2026P-004 declaring January 2026 as National Radon Action Month in Douglas County. I'm going to say, rather than try to butcher your name, I'm not necessarily good with that unless I've heard it before many times. Miss Vandervoort, right? Okay. UNR Cooperative Extension will be receiving the proclamation, and I've asked our Vice Chair, Mr. Tolbert, to go down and make that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make this proclamation. Douglas County Board of Commissioners, in acknowledgement of the National Radon Action Month, is January 2026. Whereas the state of Nevada, known for its natural beauty, is also home to abundant uranium deposits that, while beneficial in certain applications, naturally break down into radon gas, a colorless, odorless, radioactive gas that can pose serious health risks to residents. And whereas radon exposure is the leading cause of lung cancer among non-smokers and the second leading cause among smokers, with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency estimating that 21,000 Americans lose their lives each year due to lung cancer caused by radon. And whereas, in addition to lung cancer, emerging research has connected radon exposure to an increased risk in smoke in postmenopausal women, as well as potential link to childhood leukemia, underscoring the broader public health implications of radon exposure. And whereas, lung cancer tragically claims the lives of more women than breast cancer and all other cancers combined. That's true? Wow. Okay. Emphasizing the significant risk posed to Nevadans, who face an even higher likelihood of radon-related lung cancer compared to the national average. And whereas an estimated 1 in 4 homes in Nevada has elevated radon levels, and radon concentrations can vary widely between neighborhood homes, making community awareness and individual testing essential. And whereas testing is the only reliable method to detect elevated radon levels in homes, and this simple, low-cost process can lead to effective mitigation efforts that significantly reduce health risks and improves the safety of Nevada households. And whereas the University of Nevada, Reno Extension's Nevada Radon Education Program, in partnership with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, continues to support statewide initiatives to educate Nevadans about radon risks, promote mitigation, and encourage radon-resistant new construction. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that January 2026 shall be known as National Radon Action Month in Nevada, and urge all residents to protect their health and the health of their families by testing their homes for radon. Free radon test kits will be available throughout January and February at numerous pickup locations, including the extension offices statewide, to help Nevadans ensure a safe and healthy home environment. To be adopted this day, 8th day of January 2026 by the Board of County Commissioners. You're welcome.
Well, I was going to point out that we do have free test kits, but it's in the proclamation. So there you go. Yes, ma'am. They're at the Douglas County Extension Office, which is at 1325 Waterloo Lane, across from Lampe Park.
So while you're at the podium, one question, first of all, is it Kena?
It is. It's Kenya.
Okay.
Yes.
I just didn't want to butcher that. Number 2, you say that these kits are available at all extension offices.
Mm-hmm.
Would you remind the public what your address is so they can pick up these kits?
Yes, it is 1325 Waterloo Lane, across from Lampe Park.
Okay, and that's just to the west of our community senior center, right?
Yes, it's the parking lot right after the senior center, just past the skate park. And it's the first portable.
So I encourage all of our residents to take advantage of that opportunity. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, and now what we're all looking forward to. Right? Okay, 12.3 for presentation only, Nevada Ethics and Government Law Training will be provided by Ross Armstrong, Executive Director of the Nevada Commission on Ethics. Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Chairman, if I
And
can
you're going to give
interrupt
some
for just a
background on
moment.
this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Just a procedural matter. We had a member of the audience say that they are attending our trainings this morning as part of their elected responsibilities for other towns and GIDs in Douglas County. And they asked how we might document their attendance today. So if there's anyone in the audience who is here for this particular training, we have 2 today. I'm going to get a record of that by a sign-in sheet. If you could just make sure you connect with me, I'll have you write your name on this list and we'll make it part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you again. This is Ross Armstrong. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Commission on Ethics. And today we're going to talk about some ethics law basics. I know for some folks this is a repeat session, and other folks who are watching it may be new. And so we'll walk through the presentation, and if you have questions, feel free to stop me.
Before you start, this is a requirement annually, is it not?
I believe your local jurisdiction requires it and coordinates it annually. There's no blanket requirement for ethics training in the state of Nevada. What we're going to talk about, we're going to talk a little bit about why ethics matters, some barriers to compliance, what we do as the commission, and then key areas of the law, and we'll talk about some resources and contacts. At the very end, I have a slide on how to build an ethical culture for your agency, which Douglas County does a nice job of already. So we have an ethics law, mostly because of Richard Nixon and the Watergate scandal that occurred in the 70s. Obviously, the Watergate break-in and the use of these, government levers to support his campaign for re-election. Watergate happens, and states across the country say we need to put ethics laws, actual rules on our books to prevent public officers and employees from using government to benefit their own private interests. So Nevada did the same thing. 1975, we enacted our first ethics law. The Supreme Court quickly called it unconstitutional, so we came back in 1977 and got it passed. And it's had some changes. We just celebrated our 50th year, but it's had an arc towards enforcement. So when we started, we were really just an advisory commission. People could ask us if something was against the law or not, but there was no teeth, no actual enforcement ability behind that, and that has changed as time has gone by. The federal government enacted their ethics rules in 1978. There are lots of rules we're going to talk about in our legislative declaration establishing the ethics law. There is this statement, and I think if you can remember this, then you can pretty much tell if an action is going to be potentially in violation of the ethics law. And that is, a public office is a public trust and shall be held for the sole benefit of the people. For the sole benefit of the people, not for the sole benefit of the people in government, not for the sole benefit of family of people in government, but for the sole benefit of the people. And so if you keep that in mind, you're going to be able to stay on the ethical pathway pretty well. Why do we care about ethics in government? For one, unethical government dissolves trust in government, or unethical government dissolves trust in government. It also undermines the efforts of public servants. So you as the elected commission and all the folks that are working in Douglas County work hard every day at your job for the benefit of the citizens of Douglas County. And if an agency becomes mired in ethics scandals, then all of a sudden there's a lack of faith, and it undermines all that good work that folks out there are doing. So why do folks have barriers to ethical conduct? What do we see? I'll tell you, we see essentially 2 people that come before us with ethics issues. One is like a stumble, right? Not fully aware of the requirements, not fully aware how they apply. So someone who just stumbles, they didn't really mean to go out there and violate the ethics law. And then another one I would say is folks who really think the government office should be for their own personal benefit, and they just want to use it in that particular way. And so these are, on the slide, you'll see some other barriers. A lot of it is a lack of awareness, so I appreciate you bringing us in to train every year. I think I was joking earlier that I think every time you bring me in, it snows the night before, which I appreciate as a skier, so thank you for having me come and get some snow. But, there's a lot of folks, especially if folks are making a transition from a lifetime of maybe like private sector service or experience, and they're coming into government, they're not familiar with these different rules that we place on government. Same thing with like vendors, right? Like if you're interacting with vendors, they don't have to play by these ethical rules, and so they may not be aware, and so there may be some conflict there. So these are just some of the barriers we find for folks that are trying to maintain ethical compliance. The commission itself, we have three main functions. We provide education and outreach on Nevada's ethics law. All public officers and employees are also able to ask us for a formal confidential advisory opinion. So if you have a question about your conduct and how it applies to the ethics law, you can always ask the commission and they'll provide a formal opinion. And then the last item is that we receive and process complaints for public officers and employees who individuals think have violated the ethics law. So we have this kind of sliding scale from prevention to enforcement, and we have three major functions to help us do that. Who are we? There are 8 members of the Ethics Commission. 4 are appointed by the governor. 4 are appointed by the legislature. There are some other additional rules. No more than 4 can come from the same county. No more than 4 can come from the same political party. The commissioners themselves can't be active in any political party or campaign, and there's limitations on lobbying. There's a couple other ones in there too, like at least 4 have to have public service experience, right? We're looking at the conduct of public servants. We want to make sure the commission has that experience. And then at least 2 must be attorneys. They hear, and adjudicate cases, and they issue legal orders. So it's helpful to have some folks with that legal training. So what kind of stuff falls under the Ethics Commission? Everything in the river is a yes. Everything outside is a no. The two terms I want to point out real quick is public officers and employees, because you'll hear me say that a lot. A public officer is someone whose position is established in law, whether that's the Nevada Constitution or your county code, an NRS. It's some position established in law, and they are exercising some sort of government function. If they're purely an advisory board, they're not going to fall under the Ethics Commission. So example, in Douglas County, if you have a county code that says there shall be a director of public works, that director of public works is a public officer. Public employees are just everyone who works for a public officer for compensation. So like if you have a parks department and you have an intern that's not paid, like a high school summer intern, they're not paid. They're not under the ethics law, but all the employees of the parks department are. And then also we have a 2-year statute of limitations in terms of violations. So those are kind of 2 foundational things to make sure you're aware of. And then we have 3 main parts of the ethics law: improper benefits, cooling off periods, and disclosure abstention. We're going to talk about those. But where there's some individuals get frustrated with the Ethics Commission is that they want us to go police all government they think is bad, right? They don't disagree with the decision. They don't like the way somebody is running a particular department. They want us to go tell them to run it better. We don't do that. There has to be a specific rule in the ethics law for us to have jurisdiction to take a look at. Also, specifically in our law, we don't have jurisdiction over employment matters like harassment or discrimination. There's no provision in our law that prevents or that has us take action for a public officer causing undue harm. We've seen more public records disputes try to come our way that do not fall under our jurisdiction. Same thing with open meeting law. We get a handful of complaints and lots of questions about open meeting law, and we have to say, no, that's the Attorney General's office. You got to go talk to them. We also don't have any jurisdiction over judges. They have their own commission. The next foundational thing is to understand this term commitment in a private capacity, because under the ethics law, commitment in a private capacity is just your magical list of relationships that you have a conflict of interest with. It's not inherently bad to have a conflict of interest. Everyone has relationships throughout their lives. You don't have to end all those relationships because you've chosen public service. But if any of these relationships come into collision with your public work, then you need to be cautious about the ethics law. So what are those relationships? Your spouse or your domestic partner, a member of your household, the 3rd degree of consanguinity or affinity, and that's a fun one because that's like super nerdy legal term for how closely related you are to someone. And so here's a chart to help with that. You are at your 0 degree of consanguinity, your parents and your children are at 1, and so it goes out to 3. So everyone on the left-hand side of the dotted line is within that 3rd degree of consanguinity. The ethics law doesn't care if you like your family. If they're on the left-hand side of that line, you have a conflict of interest with them and a commitment to them, and you want to be cautious if they come into collision with your work. Your employer, when I go and I train an agency, this one always kind of has some head scratches because like, well, I work for this board or I work for this, like, okay, but this really applies especially to elected officials or part-time folks who have a day job, right? So if you work for a coffee shop, your employer is that coffee shop, you're going to have a commitment in a private capacity to that coffee shop. Same thing with substantial and continuing business relationships. If you own that coffee shop and that coffee shop has regular business relationships with vendors, you're also going to have a commitment in a private capacity to those individuals. You see that a lot with like realtors or lawyers, right? Clients of their firm, they have a substantial and continuing business relationship with. And then just for fun, the last category is substantially similar, which says if it's a relationship that looks like any of those other ones, it also counts. And that's when people get frustrated. They're like, you bring in the ethics guy and you're supposed to tell us the rules, and there's like this mysterious category of relationships. I'll give you some examples of what the commission has found. If you sit on the board of a nonprofit, you have a commitment in a private capacity to that nonprofit because it's substantially similar to a business relationship. Not really. Usually you just give that nonprofit all your money and your time and there's no like reciprocation. But it's substantially similar in terms of you have a fiduciary duty to that board, and so that could be a conflict of interest. We had some recent ones about ex-spouses recently. So 5 or 10 years ago, we had a case where someone said, hey, do I have a commitment in a private capacity to my ex-spouse? We live in different states. We have all our children are grown. There's no child support. There's no alimony. We don't even like each other or talk to each other. And we said, no, your relationship is not substantially similar to a current spouse. 2 years ago, we had someone ask us, hey, I have an ex-spouse. They live in the same home. We share all these expenses. We see each other every day, but we're technically not spouses. Do I have a commitment in a private capacity? We said, yes, your relationship is still substantially similar. So that's what that category means is if it looks like one of these, like when I showed you your chart of the third degree of consanguinity, you probably have close personal friendships that you're a lot closer to than some of the folks to the left of that line. And so you want to be thinking about that if you have close personal friendships that come in interaction with your public work. Right? We're not talking about some old friend from high school that you see once every like 5-year, 10-year reunion. But if there's a friendship that you maybe have daily contact with that is similar to someone that you're related to, that may be substantially similar to qualify for a commitment in a private capacity. Okay, we talked about the 3 main areas of the ethics law: improper benefits, disclosure, abstention, and cooling off. We're going to talk about each of those in the specific rules right now. And they are about as complex as the bucket indicates. So the improper benefits bucket is much larger. Disclosure abstention is a little bit trickier, and then cooling off it's a one slide rule, so that's nice. We're going to start with the case of Jojo Bear. So if you've seen this before, you'll know what we're looking at, but we're going to take a look at this and see if there's anything in here we think may be an ethical issue. What? Same as last year. I know.
Joanne, hey, hi.
Hey there, new treasurer.
I just wanted to say thanks for supporting me.
You're gonna be great.
Hey, are those the bottles of wine that were donated for the auction? You need me to help you bring those in?
Oh, no, I'm taking those home. Those are really old.
Are those gift cards and candles for the auction too?
Oh, yeah, they got dirt on them. And also, that candle smells bad. Hey, do you want a bottle of wine and a bad-smelling candle? Here you go. You're on the board now.
No.
We're gonna make a great team. Bye!
So, Joanne, listen, I'm not so sure PTA members should be taking donated stuff for themselves.
You are absolutely right.
I am so glad you understand.
It's just, I put a lot of time into the PTA. I mean, it's almost a full-time job, except that it's not because I don't get paid. And sometimes, I guess in a moment of weakness, I might, order a muffin on the PTA credit card. I guess I feel like I deserve it.
Aww. Oh, don't cry, Joanne. I'm sorry I said anything. Hey, one muffin ain't nothing.
But it is, Linda. One muffin is suffin. Do you think I'm a bad person, Lin-Lin?
No, Jojo. Are you kidding me?
Should we split it, or, we don't want to use this, right?
You know what? Let's put it on the PTA card. We earned it.
If you say so. By the way, here are the invoices for everything. I need my new treasurer to approve all the purchases and enter them into the spreadsheets. You think you could do that?
Yeah, sure. I'll, start spreading the sheets. Huh, these science kits cost $40 each? Let me see how much these things cost on the website. Science Wow products. Oh, Joanne's buying them retail. That's why they're so expensive. Why would she do that? Science Wow is a division of Jojo Bear Publishing. Wait a minute. Jojo Bear.
I call him Bear, and he calls me Jojo.
Oh my goodness! Joanne and her husband own the company that makes the science kits. This is bad. This is Jojo very bad.
Okay, so that gives us a couple examples of items that may be ethical issues, right? The bad smelling candles and the wine. That's also I started my career as a special prosecutor. That's also embezzlement, so we could call the sheriff, Sheriff Coverly, on that one and say, hey, we got some issues over at the PTA. The use of the PTA credit card for the lunch, right? That could be. We'll talk about how it may not be an issue, and then the self-dealing contracts, right? Those are all examples. Now, this is a PTA. It's a private nonprofit. We have no jurisdiction because it's not a government entity. But if these things are happening in a government agency, it would be the same particular issue. There are lots of little rules, but everything in this improper benefits bucket aligns with this particular formula. You're using your government position somehow to create a benefit, a gift, or a loan for yourself or someone on your magical list of relationships. Let's talk about gifts first, because we just had the holidays where people get gifts and they may freak out. The standard in the state of Nevada in our ethics law for gifts is that you may not receive a gift, service, favor, or engagement that tends to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of their duties. So we don't have a specific gift threshold in the ethics law. The question is this gift going to tend to make a reasonable person depart from what they should be doing? And what does the commission look at? They look at, did you accept or seek out the gift? What is the value of the gift? And really, what is the nexus between the gifter and the giftee? So some recent cases, we had a head of a Nevada department accept tickets to a Golden Knights game for him and a friend, and then also access to exclusive donor party, while the Knights were trying to get that department to sponsor some initiatives with their team, right? So the Knights were wanting money from that government entity, and in part of that process, they provided the department head gifts, right? That's problematic. In other cases, we've had vendors provide officials like purses and lunches and those types of things, where you have this nexus, right? The person getting the gift has real decision-making power over the person who's giving it, and that's what will raise the red flags for us. Obviously, if it's a high-value gift, it has a higher propensity to improperly influence a reasonable person. It's not whether you are influenced. That's important too, right? There's no requirement of the law that show like you got this gift and so you took this action. It's would any reasonable person be influenced by that gift? For some individuals, you have to file an annual financial disclosure with the Secretary of State's office. They do have a $200 threshold on their gift reporting piece, so you just want to keep that in mind, that it's Secretary of State filing and the ethics law gift are different standards. Okay, this is what I kind of call my miscellaneous page of the improper benefits bucket, but there's some important ones to talk about. That second one is one we see a lot of complaints about in terms of unwarranted privileges. The law defines unwarranted as without merit. Thank you, law, for being defining with maybe not as even clear of a definition, but what we'll do is we'll say, okay, this benefit is being alleged. The complaint says it's an unwarranted benefit, that they shouldn't be getting this benefit. Is there some policy or reason to allow this benefit to this public officer? And we can look at the Top Muffin and the PTA, right? They're meeting, they spend the PTA money on the muffins at lunch. The commission, if we got that case, if we had jurisdiction, we'd say, hey, is there a policy that says the PTA president has a $100 a month muffin stipend, where if they're meeting on PTA business, they can spend up to $100 on food and those types of things? Then it may not be unwarranted, right? Because there's a policy in place. If I go and I train in Ely, or I go and I train in Austin, and I incur expenses like food expenses or a hotel expense, the state's going to reimburse that. And while I'm sure everybody would like the state to pay for a hotel or a lunch, right, it's not unwarranted for me because I'm out there doing state business. So that's an example you want to think about. So something to think about as the agency leaders is, do you have benefits that your employees of the county are getting that you want to make sure is a policy that makes it's clear that it's an appropriate benefit? Probably comes through a travel policy or something like that. You can't negotiate a contract with yourself. Imagine that. You can't be sitting in your government seat and then go negotiate a contract with your own business, in part because if you're supposed to be there doing the work of the sole business of the people, and you go into a contract negotiation with yourself, chances are you're not going to get the people the best rate they possibly could or the best service. You can't take salary or compensation from a private source. That's essentially our version of don't take a bribe. You also cannot use subordinates to benefit yourself or others. I remember when I was in law school up in Oregon, the local probation chief got in trouble because he was having kids on probation remodel his home as part of vocational training, right? That would be an issue of using your subordinates, using those deputies to oversee the remodel of your home is an issue and a problem. You can't accept an honorarium for speaking. I like to put this in here mostly to tell you it probably doesn't apply to the situation you're likely to face, but you can't just show up somewhere and get paid as a public official to show up there as the public official. You can, show up at a ribbon cutting and have the same refreshments that everybody else does. You can show up at the Chamber of Commerce lunch and eat the chicken lunch, and if you're speaking, those types of things in the law you can take a look at. You want to check with your legal counsel to make sure it's all on the up and up, but the honorarium piece has a lot of allowances for those types of things. It would be just general good public engagement. And then contracting with government. This has been an interesting one recently where we've had individuals preparing to leave agencies and negotiating post-retirement contracts for themselves before they leave. So we had a city manager in North Las Vegas who, prior to departing as city manager, negotiated a post-retirement contract for himself. That was found to be a violation of the law. A big one, and this is a big one that we see complaints on, a big one where we see people stumble into. I said we had two kinds of people who really want to use government for themselves and people that stumble. This is also one to be thinking about. What do you have in place in terms of policies for your agency? So you cannot use government time, property, equipment, or another facility to benefit a significant personal or a pecuniary interest. So an example I'll often give in terms of a personal interest would be you're sitting at the county work, you realize you've forgot to pay your rent, you hop on the county computer, you pay your rent, you go back to your work, right? You have a significant personal interest in maintaining housing, but you've used county property to do so. The obvious one, and I have the picture of her here, is like an accounting clerk running an Etsy shop out of her cubicle, right? Like she's sending out invoices on the county computer, she's having the mail guys mail out her custom doilies or whatever she's making, she's got the glue gun plugged in. She's clearly using government property to benefit her pecuniary, our fancy word for money, interest. There is a limited use exception when we're talking about the use of property, time, and equipment, and it's these four prongs have to be met. Properly authorized by a policy, or the use as a result of an emergency. It does not interfere with the performance of the public officer's duties. The cost has to be nominal, and it cannot create the appearance of impropriety. So for the example of paying the rent on the county computer, I don't know what your policy is, but the state has a policy that like limited, non-commercial, you're not making money, use of the state computers is permitted, right? As long as you're not like selling drugs on the state computer or accessing porn or downloading viruses, you can use some nominal use of the state computer. So there's a policy in place that would allow the payment of rent in that particular case. When I worked at the Oregon Lottery, there was absolutely no personal use on your work computer because of all the sensitive information and all of that stuff. So they had a break room where you could go do that personal stuff on a break type of thing. So you want to think about what is the policy here in Douglas County. Another good example other than computers would be cars, right? Like your public works folks, they might have a truck. To what extent can they use that truck for personal purposes? Can they swing by like 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee in the summer? That's probably going to be permitted, right? But not load up the family and go to Vegas for the weekend. So you want to be thinking about what your policies look like in terms of use of your county equipment. Another county equipment tied in piece with this 407 is campaign cycle. So let me tell you, we don't have jurisdiction over campaigns generally. That's going to be the Secretary of State's office. Where we do have jurisdiction is individuals who are using public resources to help benefit their campaigns or the campaign of someone that they want to win. And so we had some cases in Washoe County where the school board members had these sort of hybrid social media accounts where they were posting public official stuff and campaign stuff. We had to do an investigation. We determined that they weren't using school district staff to create any of that or monitor that or use any of that, so there was no violation, but the Ethics Commission recommended that when it comes to social media, make sure you have a separate campaign and official account is the best way to avoid an ethical issue. And then we had an undersheriff in a county on their official emergency community notification app push out a political rally notification instead of like the normal weather statement or closed road type of thing. So in each of those cases, they didn't result in violations, but we did take some corrective action and try to get them back on the path to compliance. Those would be what I would call our stumble type cases. Another thing that you have access to, you want to be thinking about that's not as obvious as, say, a county truck or a use of a county computer is information, right? Just information in itself. You cannot use non-public information to benefit yourself or others. And on the other side of the coin is you can't suppress like a government report or other document to benefit yourself. So on the second one, I always say just comply with public records law and you should be fine. But in the other term, like the use of non-public information, the example I give is, let's say you have a county commissioner who has inside information, it's not public, and they know like where a particular new road or highway is going to be built, and they go out and they gobble up land along that route. That would be an example of that. I was training PERS a couple years ago, and I said, look, if you're at PERS and you take this entire list of employees you know that are about to retire in the next month, and you hand it off to your uncle who owns a retirement home, and he uses all that information to market, if that information is non-public, you're going to be in trouble, right? Because you had a commitment in private capacity to your uncle, and you used your position in non-public information to benefit his business. So think about that information. If you get confidential information, you want to maintain it as confidential. Any questions about that improper benefits bucket before I move on to disclosure abstention? I think the key thing to remember is use your government position for the sole benefit of the people, and you'll be okay. Okay, take a second to read this quote from President Wilson. The disclosure and abstention part of the ethics law is really about transparency, and then also making sure that you don't create some sort of unwarranted benefit or improper benefit for someone by stepping out of a process that may do so. But it can also be sort of complicated. So let me, right out of the gate, say disclosure and abstention are in the same bucket, but they are very different, right? If the legal requirement to disclose is lower than the legal requirement to abstain, and so you're going to be more likely to disclose than you are to abstain in any given situation. So a disclosure says, before approving, voting, or otherwise acting on any matter where you've received a gift or a loan, you have a significant pecuniary interest, that's money interest. You can be reasonably affected by a commitment in private capacity, your magic list of relationships, and there's this former lobbying one. You have to make a proper disclosure. You have to be transparent about that particular conflict of interest. If you take a look at the sandwich on the left, I think everyone would say it's an insufficient peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? It's missing some key things. So how can you make sure your disclosure is not like the sandwich and make sure your disclosure is sufficient? It has to be sufficient in details enough to inform the public, especially if you're on a dais in a public meeting. If you are an agency lead or you're just an employee in a county agency, you make your disclosure, I would do it by email to the agency director, but you have to give enough information about what that conflict of interest is, and you have to make that disclosure at the time the matter is considered. So, for example, if you are a county commissioner and you own property that is on the agenda to be rezoned, you would need to disclose that you have a pecuniary interest in that property that is about to be rezoned. You can't say, on this consent agenda with 30 things, I have a conflict. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I have a conflict. I just want you to let you know, right? There has to be enough detail so the public and others can judge the conflict of interest. You also can't do it afterwards and say, oh, there was a consent agenda 3 months ago, and just so you know, I had a conflict of interest. For your day-to-day county workers, right? Think about maybe like a health inspector. They're tasked to go inspect their father's business. They have a commitment in private capacity to their father. They need to be disclosing to their boss, like, hey, you gave me this assignment, but this is my father, and we need to figure out what to do. And it's just about transparency, right? It's just about saying, hey, I have this conflict of interest in this matter. Disclosing isn't bad. It's not a sign you've done anything wrong. It's just saying, hey, I have this particular relationship in my private life or this pecuniary interest, and it's coming into collision with my public work. Abstention is when you actually sit out of taking a government act because the conflict of interest is so great. So it's sort of the same standard. You cannot make a decision or act upon something if the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by the pecuniary interest, that magical list of relationships, or the gift or loan. This applies to public officers, not public employees. But here's the thing. We can't create an abstention requirement that is so strict that government comes to a halt, right? That would be ridiculous if we said, well, if you have any sort of interest at all, like it's, the person you knew in high school that stole your prom date 45 years ago, like that's not going to be an issue where we want you to not participate as government, especially for our elected officials, because the people of Douglas County have voted you to do a job, and we can't then take their voice away by having an abstention requirement. That is too strict. And so the law favors participation, and it says as long as you've made the disclosure, and this is where people get into trouble. They get nervous they say, I want to vote on this thing, and I have this thing, so I don't want to disclose, because if I disclose, I have to abstain. No. You can disclose and then still participate. So as long as you make that disclosure, it's only required in clear cases where you're materially affected by your pecuniary interest or commitment in a private capacity. In addition, again, as long as you make the disclosure, your participation is presumed permissible if there's no greater benefit or detriment to you than anyone else. So if you own a business, and the county is considering some sort of business fee or regulation of that business, you would disclose, hey, I own this business, I own this coffee shop. This coffee shop has to pay the annual business fee. We're voting to increase it by $100 a year. I can participate because all businesses are being treated the same way, right? Or I own a piece of land that is going to be in part of this bigger area of land that's rezoning, so I'm going to disclose that I have an interest, I have this land in the area, but everyone in that area is having the same effect, is having the same action taken on them, and so I can participate, right? If you were just rezoning your parcel of land, you would not be able to participate, but if you are one in the greater group and you're treated the same as everyone else, the law says as long as you've disclosed, you can participate. It's tricky because it's a case-by-case, vote-by-vote analysis when it comes to disclosure, right? Not everything, you've got an uncle, not everything involving your uncle is going to require disclosure or necessarily abstention, so you just have to take it case by case. I see a question.
Yes. On that last bullet, I think it used to be considered a problem if you were on a governing board that's approving a labor contract and you're related to someone who is in that group. I think that may have changed based on that third bullet. Is that accurate?
So that one's a little bit tricky, because we have some previous cases that make it very clear, make it very clear, especially if that person is in your household, I think is where the commission has said, you might have a greater interest than other folks because this is your specific. This is a clear case where you're going to be materially affected because this is in your household, as opposed to maybe someone else on that magical list. Certainly, disclosure is always required. We have some cases with that right now. But I think you can certainly argue, that once you make that disclosure, you have this higher standard to show that you're not supposed to participate. So we haven't had a recent case where I can tell you, oh yeah, my commission of 8 now says this is the way to go. But that would be a defense if that was an allegation there.
But you probably wouldn't want to be the test case, would you?
No, I mean, it's safer. I think and again, it's a case by case item, right? Like if you're getting a 1% increase versus everyone's getting a 20% increase, and inside this bargaining unit, your spouse is getting extra super benefits because they're within the special, so I can't give you a clear answer because it's going to be totally dependent on what's there, but I always say it's better not to be the test case in terms of that abstention, right? Because we want to make sure that you're able to participate to the full extent you can. And what I'm going to throw Mr. Ritchie right under the bus and say, disclosure is pretty simple. When it comes to abstention, that's when you want to talk to your your agency attorney. Because if you ask your agency attorney and your agency attorney gives you advice and you follow that advice and it turns out that he was wrong, then we'll talk about penalties in a little bit, but you have some safe harbor protections against bigger fines and those types of things. I will say when I go train agency attorneys, they always indicate that they would like that information more than 2 minutes before the meeting. So and we'll talk about some tips for compliance and looking at agendas here in a little bit. So that's disclosure abstention. We'll look at some test cases. So if you're a Parks Board member and you have a high school friend who has a playground equipment company and you're looking at purchasing playground equipment, right, would you have to disclose? Was it Commissioner Rice, did you say you don't think so?
No, I do.
Oh, you do think so. So the ethics law would probably say no, because a high school friend isn't going to be in your commitment in private capacity. Now, if it's a high school friend you text with every day, you send your Wordle scores in the morning or whatever, and you go on vacation together, that's going to be different than maybe a high school friend you see, 4 or 5 times a year. The other thing I will say is, just because the ethics law wouldn't require disclosure doesn't mean you can't make a disclosure, right? It just sets the minimum for when you absolutely have to. You can always, in the interest of transparency, disclose. What about a county commissioner setting facility rental fees knowing that your uncle regularly rents out county facilities? Thoughts?
I would disclose because it looks better, but your uncle is just one of the whole public, so I probably wouldn't abstain.
Yeah. So
Did I get it right?
Yeah. So this is one where you have a commitment in private capacity to your uncle. You know that he's going to be affected by the rental fees, either good or bad, right? Maybe you're abolishing the fees, maybe you're doubling them. But everybody who's going to be renting out the facility has to pay those particular fees, right? And then we have the Genoa Town Board purchasing candy for the candy dance, and if the candy they're purchasing is from the board member's spouse.
I don't know what the answer is. I'm not gonna take a shot at this, but anyways, I think that my observation, as long as I've been a commissioner, is that this board and staff, and my observation has, we're a small county, and we know a lot of people.
Yep.
All of us know a lot of people. We encounter them on a daily basis. So it's hard, even when we make our advisory board appointments, and these are friends we go to dinner with, we party with, whatever, okay? But that doesn't, and I don't think we've ever based our decision on that type of relationship. And I think we've done a very good job as a board of recognizing these types of things and going ahead and disclosing just to make sure that it's a transparent operation, right? Would that be your? I think and our Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie does a good job of cautioning us on that as well, right? So.
Thank you, Doug Ritchie with the DA's office. As Ross has mentioned, frequently the Commission on Ethics will refer to county policies or the public body's policies. And so when issues come up regarding, say, receipt of gifts, the county has a policy for that, 300.26, Code of Conduct, 200.51, outside employment. And so that kind of helps inform you as you look at these issues as they come up. But as Ross has pointed out, if you have a question, my advice, because I'm conservative, I'm an attorney, always disclose. Even if it was a friend you had in high school but you haven't seen him since then, what harm does it do to disclose that we went to prom together and we were buddies back in the day? But we don't do any business today, so I'm not going to abstain from discussing this. Again, I think both this and the open meeting law, it's about transparency to the public so that the people feel comfortable that their elected officials are acting in their best interests and not their own.
Yeah, that I say always err on the side of disclosing, right? Where people will get into trouble, they'll disclose and then they won't make a full disclosure, and then that's always interesting when we get those complaints. But then when it comes to abstention, that's where you ask Doug. That's where you say, do I need to abstain? And we can look like, okay, if your spouse is supplying all the candy for this thing, like you need to abstain, right? Disclose and abstain. But if you're setting county rental fees across the board, and maybe sometimes you're part of an organization and you rent out the county facility sometimes, like you would want to disclose that, but you're going to be able to participate.
I'm not sure.
Sorry.
I'm still catching up. Are you saying that a member of who is purchasing candy from who?
A member of the town board.
A member of the town
For
board.
the candy dance. Like I went there and did their training and they spent $10,000 on candy or something. Right? So let's say if they were purchasing all of that candy from the town board spouse.
Oh, I see. No, they make the candy.
Yeah, they make, yes.
Okay. So I'm having a disconnect. So you're saying a board member spouse is profiting from selling candy to
the
be
town
sold
board.
at Candy Dance?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now I get it.
Does that? Like let's say you were.
No, that's problematic.
Yeah, like if you were purchasing county trucks, right, and your spouse is the dealer of the trucks that you're purchasing the trucks from, right? If that helps, that would be.
Oh, that's disclose and abstain.
Yeah, that's like if we were going to hire my wife to do headshots for every person, and
And
I
then
would say abstain.
There's also potential issues, right, under that improper benefits bucket in terms of contracting related to that too. So
Buying tires from a
okay, so that's disclosure and abstention. As Doug said, err on the side of disclosure because it's transparency. But abstention, like especially for our elected officials, like the people in your district voted you to that job, and if you have to abstain under the law, sometimes that happens, but the law wants it to be narrow because you don't want to be taking away their voice all the time. Okay, cooling off, our last bucket.
Boys, I'm retiring. From what? From the grind. I mean, who needs it? I've accomplished everything I've set out to do. What's that? Oh, bought myself a little retirement gift. Gold watch. Ooh. It's not really gold. Oh.
Okay, the cooling off rule, there's basically two parts to it. There's when you leave public service, no matter how you leave public service, there are certain people you cannot work for, and there are certain things you cannot do no matter who you work for. So for 1 year after departing, you cannot go work for, and since this is the county, it's just going to be that first bullet, you cannot go work for a vendor of the agency, right, for 1 year after you depart. Now, there are some requirements around that. The contract has to be above $25,000. It has to be awarded within the 12 months before you left, and you have to be in a position that could have affected or influenced who awarded the contract. So let's say you have some vendor contract and you have somebody in parks, and it's for a contract that has nothing to do with parks. It was done by an entirely different department. It's not going to qualify as a prohibited vendor, okay? But think about that. If you're leaving public service and you're thinking about going to work for someone who is a vendor of the agency, you want to make sure you've checked all these boxes. In addition, in certain circumstances, through the advisory opinion process, somebody can ask permission, like, oh, this qualifies, but I would like relief from this requirement because let me prove to you why it's in the best interest. It's not going to implicate other ethics things. And as long as they ask for that relief before they go, then the commission can consider whether or not to allow them to go work for that. So think about that, right? Just the main thing is like there's some red flags. Red flag is a vendor of the agency wants you to come work for them after you depart. The next one is no matter who you work for, you cannot get paid to go counsel or lobby the former agency you were at on an issue that was before it. So, for example, if the county was doing, let's say it's like right around the time there's newly elected commissioners, and before you had some big RFP you were doing, and you're halfway through that RFP process, and then you leave as a commissioner, and they want to hire you to go lobby the county on that RFP so that company can win it. That would be an example of a violation of the 281A 410. So don't go work for a vendor of the agency in many circumstances for a year, and then don't counsel or lobby your former agency on something that was there while you were there. That's the cooling off rules, pretty basic. Okay. The law doesn't care how you left. If you, as a retirement, termination, resignation, All that matters is that you departed. And it's 1 year. After that 1 year, people can go work for whoever they want. It's good. We used to have a polar bear. We thought that's a little more Nevada. Okay, so what can happen? Because I come in here, I tell you all these scary rules, and so what happens? Like, you get an ethics complaint against you. The first step is the commission determines if there's jurisdiction over the matter. If it's an open meeting law issue, if it's a public records issue, right? We're not going to have jurisdiction. So if we take jurisdiction and we investigate, we provide you an opportunity to respond. We'll maybe interview witnesses. And at the very end of the day, like if we have determined that the individual has potentially violated, well, let me tell you this. If we determine there's no violation of the ethics law, the commission can dismiss the case and issue what we call a letter of caution or instruction. A letter of instruction is like, hey, you didn't violate the ethics law, but you maybe got sort of close, and here's some educational information that could help you. A letter of caution says, look, like technically you went over the line, but not in any sort of substantial way where we think we need to like do a full-blown case and find you violated the law. Here's the rules, here's resources to help you so you stay on the correct side of the line in the future. Again, that means there's no violation of the law that was found. If there is a violation, the commission has to determine whether it's willful or non-willful, which is, I don't like the term, it's mostly like the seriousness. There's a 7-factor test in our statute about the seriousness. If it's non-willful, we can require ethics training, we can do mandated apologies, we can issue an admonishment, which is like formal governmental finger wagging. If you received money, if you made money off of your unethical conduct, we can require you to pay some or whole or up to 2 times that amount back. We can put some other conditions on future behavior. So one of the things that we have done in part of our, in some non-willfuls and some of our deferral agreements, which is sort of like ethics probation, on disclosure abstention issues, is we'll say for a year, send us each time you disclose, so we can look at those disclosures. That would be an example of conditions on future behavior. And then if it's willful, we can do flat penalties of $5,000, $10,000, and $25,000. The worst case scenario is that there are certain circumstances for public officers that would be in Douglas County. It would be 3 willful violations, requires the Ethics Commission to file a case in local district court to have that public officer removed from office. So with the scary stuff in the rearview mirror, some tips for maintaining compliance, right? Our goal is to have everybody comply. I would love to have more advisory opinions each year than complaint cases, where I think we almost got close last year to the more advisory opinion issues than investigations, which was good. But my first one is maintain that list of magical relationships and look at it. Like at the start of the year is good, like relationships change. You just want to be aware of these relationships. So if there's going to be a collision with your work, you can identify that far enough in advance to consult your legal counsel on what you need to do and your obligations there. Familiarize yourself with your local or agency policies, or in your case, as the leaders of your county, like familiarize yourself and decide if you need to make any changes or clarifications to protect your employees and yourselves from ethics issues. Be proactive in identifying potential conflicts. So this is the idea of like when you get your agenda for your county commission meeting, look at it so you know what you're voting on and which way you want to vote, but also take a quick look at it and go, do I have any conflicts of interest on this agenda item? Where we have seen some people stumble especially is like the consent agenda, right? Here's 15 consent agenda items. Oh, like I actually am voting to pay a nonprofit that I'm involved with here on item 10. Like I didn't see it because it was part of the consent agenda. So just take special care of that. Again, just like Doug said, if you're unsure, it's better to disclose than to not disclose. Oop, that was weird. And consult with your legal counsel who can search prior opinions. Also, you can request an advisory opinion, and those are confidential. You don't even have to tell Doug if you want to ask one of those. You ask us, it's confidential. We go through the process of providing you that information. For the advisory opinion process, note that it has to be about your conduct. It can't be about your neighbor's conduct, and it has to relate to the ethics law. Otherwise, we don't have jurisdiction to issue an opinion. When you're asking for help, think about the timing. Don't feel like you're being perceived as unethical just for asking. Kind of the same thing with disclosure, right? Disclosing is not a bad thing. Disclosing is a good thing. If you should know that if you file a complaint against somebody who is in your same agency, that will be confidential, and that there's safe harbor provisions if you talk with your agency attorney first and you follow those rules. So be thinking about that in terms of steps for asking for help. And then some thoughts in terms of building a culture of ethics in your agency. And again, Douglas County does a good job with that. I can tell you we do not see a lot of problems coming our way that we have to take action on as it relates to Douglas County. So weave ethics education into your onboarding, right? Like, I'm here once a year, this is great. No other county has me come talk to their commissioners every year, right? So Douglas County already ahead of the game in terms of education, but how do you weave that into your new employees, right? Because those are the ones who are most likely to stumble into an issue if they didn't have any idea, right? Do you provide them with a link to the ethics manual, the ethics resources? So think about how you do that more internally and holistically throughout your agency. Ooh, that really likes to skip ahead. Understand who on your team is a public officer versus a public employee, because there are a few differences, but not too much. One idea is to designate an ethics lead. I think Clark County is in the process of establishing an ethics officer for the county, who could be like an internal ethics. Well, they should be, because we demanded it through a violation. They're designating an ethics lead who will be that internal expert, right, that folks can go to and ask questions and maybe develop a special relationship with our education person and help that out. And then adopt your policies and procedures, like especially like, oh, there's no procedure on the use of the truck. Oh, there's no policy on what you can use a county computer for. And so now this person who just went to try to keep their house is in ethics trouble, right? So you want to be thinking about those particular issues. And as Doug pointed out, you have codes of conduct, you have outside employment policies already in place. So you're already doing a good job here in Douglas County. We have lots of resources. This is the home stretch. We have a newsletter now, a quarterly newsletter. So if you go to our website, you can subscribe to that newsletter. We include recent cases, so you can know about case developments, and then resources. You have training here. We also have a Nevada Ethics Online, which is a self-paced model. So maybe you have an agency, maybe you have a department within your county. You say, maybe we should get these people trained through Nevada Ethics Online. That's a resource we have right now. And then we updated our ethics manual in the last couple years, so it no longer is 1997 clip art. It's also no longer 98 pages. There's like chapters, because we figure if you're going to the manual, you have a specific question, and so having a 2-pager on disclosure abstention is better than having to sift through a 90-page thing. And then on our website, we have our prior opinions, which you can always look at, and you can always request an advisory opinion. Our contact information, which you will have. And then there's a QR code for feedback if anybody has feedback on this particular training. Otherwise, I am happy to answer questions from members of the commission, and I will be available in the hallway if there's public questions afterwards too.
Questions?
No question, but a comment that our county manager is an ACE ethics trainer and ACE on ethics procedures, and she's done really great work in our county, and part of our commitment to ethics is inviting you, and we really appreciate your good work here. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. And I will say I appreciate, we can't as an ethics staff give out legal advice in some ways, because I don't know all the time what my 8 commissioners are going to do, but we appreciate our ongoing relationship with Douglas County, and that your county manager and DA's office don't hesitate to reach out if they need help making sure they're on the right path to help you out. So that's the ideal way to make it happen, I think.
Other comments? Questions? No? Yeah, I figured you
As
might
usual,
wanna-
he's very thorough, and if you walked in confused, and you should not walk out unconfused. Or you, oh, never mind.
When in doubt, ask Jennifer, right? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record, I think the kind words of the board. Obviously, integrity, accountability are important values of this organization, and ethics is the cornerstone of everything that we do in government service. So thank you. Mr. Armstrong, I am aware that there is an ethics acknowledgement requirement. Do you mind just talking a little bit about that?
I can, because there's a deadline coming up, and so people are panicking throughout the state, which means we've done our good job in terms of outreach this time to let people know about it. So there's an ethics acknowledgement for public officers. doesn't apply to public employees. And we have a flow chart on our resources page because I needed to create a flow chart for myself so I can make sure I understood all the different rules. But public officers have to complete an ethics acknowledgement, and they're in different categories. If you're an elected public officer, like the members of the commission, they have to complete their ethics acknowledgement by January 15th of the year after they're elected. Once for that term, right? If there's a term, you complete the ethics acknowledgement for one term. If you have an appointed official who does not have a term, so like a county manager would complete that form within 30 days of being appointed, and then by January 15th of every even-numbered year after that. So our even-numbered one coming up is for people who are appointed public officers who don't have a term. So I did mine yesterday or a couple days ago. Like, I don't have a set term of office, so I need to do it upon appointment and then by January 15th of every even-numbered year.
Does that include advisory committees?
So an advisory committee, they're probably appointed for a term, so they would need to do it well, here's the caveat. So if they're purely advisory, they're not a public officer. But just because it's called advisory doesn't mean it's not a public officer under the law. So if it's an advisory board that has a budget and adopts policies and does those sorts of things, they're a public officer, they should complete the acknowledgement. If it is an advisory committee and all they do is basically present you with information for you to take action, then they're not going to be public officers. They don't need to complete an acknowledgement.
So the differential there would be our town boards, the town of Genoa, the town of Gardnerville, the Mindentown boards. They're still advisory, but they're also elected officials. So
yeah, so if you're
and they have a budget.
Yeah, those particular ones, I think in this county, those are going to be public officers who should do it when they're elected. For appointed, not elected officers, you really look at that. What is the agency doing? Are they advisory or are they taking government action? So there are, in some of our other communities, like I know up in Reno, they have neighborhood advisory boards who don't do anything other than let their city council person know their opinion on particular items, and they don't have any official government function.
I had one question. Is it an ethic violation for one of the people that fall under this to file false ethic reports?
It is not a. There is no ethics violation for filing a false report. They do have to certify that what they have put in the complaint they believe is true. I know that there are other provisions, like I think there's some criminal provisions in terms of like filing false government documentation, those types of things. I don't know if that would qualify under those particular things, but there's no, in the ethics law, the only thing that comes close is there's a provision that says if you interfere with an ethics commission proceeding or case, that can be an ethics violation. And the commission has, one time they discovered that 3 people made up a fake person who signed and filed an ethics complaint against somebody, and so they found that those 3 people had violated the ethics law.
It seems like there should be some type of an ethics sanction on somebody who files a false report that they know, just like they should if somebody files a false criminal report. The damage that's being done by that false report seems a lot worse than some of the damages that you're talking about through your report that you stated there.
Yeah, our commission's legislative committee is currently active and meeting in preparation for the next session, so I will take that feedback back to them.
Okay, this is a presentation-only item, so if there's no other questions, did you have anything you wanted to add, Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Doug Ritchie. I would like to add, I've worked with Ross and his predecessors for over a decade. The Ethics Commission has incredible staff. They always respond timely. They provide really good information. They'll help direct me to prior opinions. And more than anything, they're a good sounding board just to talk through issues that arise. Because people like to think of ethics as, oh, it's right and wrong. Well, sometimes you have to kind of talk it through to figure out what is the best thing. Because at the end of the day, you want transparency with the public and you want the public to trust public officials. I've received advisory opinions. I've defended elected officials before, and the Ethics Commission does a wonderful job over a long period of time. And people who sometimes are critical of the Ethics Commission, I think they should have more power than they do. There has been in the past restrictions on what they could do. I think that's changing, but with the authority that they have, they do an amazing job. And again, if members of the public, they do an amazing job, and they are an amazing resource for people like me who don't do this every day, thankfully, but help us to have a great local government. So thank you, Ross.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your presentation today. I know that there's a number of people in the audience here. We're approaching the noon hour. I know there's a number of public members of the public that are here to take this open meeting law training. So, what's the pleasure of the board? Should we go ahead and do that and then take a break for lunch? Is that good? Okay. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take the presentation only item, training, 12.4, and then we'll take a break for lunch. So item number 12.4 for presentation only, training on Nevada's open meeting law by the Douglas County District Attorney's Office, presented by Chief Deputy District Attorney, Chief Civil Deputy District Attorney. Your title is it continues on the second page of your business card, right? So anyways, we'll go through that. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I love the open meeting law. I've been on the Attorney General's open meeting law task force for 13 years, I think now. And so there's a lot here. Thankfully, I've timed out my presentation. It's only 2.5 hours. So,
So can like two of us leave at a time and just keep the quorum going while you talk?
Right. Actually, because it happens every year, I come after Ross, and he does a great presentation. He has the funny videos, and I'm right before lunch. So I will try and speed through this. With the chair's permission, what I'd like to do is go through a few slides, do a legislative update, and then open it up for questions. And even members of the public, if they want to raise their hand and you want to recognize them, we'll just take questions as they come. Some of you have been through this presentation multiple times, so you probably know it as well as I do. But we'll go through it and try and get through it.
As you keep talking, you keep causing us to spend more time. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
I will start with-
I accept your recommendation.
I will start with this. Patrick Henry said, "The liberties of a people never were nor ever will be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them." I've loved that. It's been in every one of my presentations. Here's the legislative intent from NRS. All public bodies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that deliberations be conducted openly. This is important because as the courts view different things, they take this legislative intent, and that is the bedrock from which they will look at the law and how public officials are acting. The open meeting law can be broken down into several simple elements. These are the essential things you need to know. Do not come together as a quorum of board members to discuss business unless at a public meeting that has been properly noticed and the agenda has been published. To deliberate towards a decision.
Okay, so let's stop there and say what a quorum is, okay? Because that's not spelled out here.
It's true. A quorum is a majority, generally speaking. So, for instance, the Board of County Commissioners consists of 5 members. A quorum is 3 or more. If there are less than 3, you don't have a quorum, and I'll get into this later, and you're not subject to the open meeting law, and you can't violate it if there's just two of you. Again, to deliberate or to take action on a matter, the board has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. That's important because if the board doesn't have the power to take action, to do something, then you can't violate the open meeting law. For instance, say federal immigration policy. The five of you could talk about that all day long and you'd never be subject to the open meeting law because you don't control federal immigration policy. So what is a meeting? A meeting under the open meeting law means a gathering of members of a public body at which a quorum, again, generally speaking, it's a majority, is present to deliberate toward a decision or to take action on any matter over which the body, again, has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. The important point is collective action. It only applies to collective deliberation or collective action by public officials. Generally speaking, a board, I'll use this board, the Board of County Commissioners, by yourself, you're really powerless to do anything. You need at least 2 other votes, and then you can do almost anything that you want. But individually, you don't have any power, and therefore you're not subject to the open meeting law. 1 or 2 officials in the absence of a quorum is powerless to set policies, direct staff, or to otherwise deliberate or act as defined under the open meeting law. There must be a quorum to take action and to violate the open meeting law. Now, because you're all very bright people, people have thought, well, what if, I meet with one person and then they go meet with one person and then they go meet with one person. It's like that old Breck commercial, you tell a friend who tells a friend who tells a friend. Serial communications will violate the open meeting law. The legislature wasn't stupid. So even though only maybe 2 of you meet at one time, if there's a series of meetings that collectively constitute a quorum, you will be subject to the open meeting law and you can violate it. So what is taking action under the open meeting law? It's a decision by a majority of the members of the elected body. It's a commitment or a promise made by a majority of the members. And it's, of course, a vote taken by a majority of the members. Sometimes people think, well, action is a vote. No, it's more than just a vote. If you're making promises, you're making decisions, that's action. I'll take a little break here to talk about changes that were made in the last legislative session. Assembly Bill 64 did a number of things. I'm only going to hit certain parts of it. If you want specifics, you should talk with your legal counsel. One is that public comment must now be at least 3 minutes long. The law has always had a requirement there's a public comment period. Well, some public bodies thought they would be cute and have like a 45-second public comment period. Or they would say, as public comment, you have to state your full name and your address, and you have 1 minute. So by the time people would say their name, full name, and their address, they probably went through 20 seconds of their minute. So as a task force, we were talking about, well, what can we do about this? And so the law was changed that a public comment period must be at least 3 minutes long. Now, as you know, there has to be at least 2 periods of public comment. The Board of County Commissioners, because you are wonderful, you believe in public participation, you take public comment at the beginning, you take public comment at the end, and you also take public comment on any action items that have been agendized for possible action. That's my recommendation, is give the public as much time as possible. But again, it has to be over items that are within the jurisdiction and control of this board.
So,
yes.
Just to enliven with a question, not that it needs enlivening, but no, I'm also curious. If you do beginning and end, you don't have to do each action item.
That's correct.
Since it's optional, could you do 2-minute public comment on the optional?
Oh, good point. You know, I'd have to look. I think
Not that we'd want to.
Yeah.
Just
I think the way the law has written, I don't have it in front of me, but I think the way it's written is a public comment period must be at least 3 minutes. So if you do the three, it's at least 3 minutes for each of those. But if you wanted to get rid of them, one of them, then it would be 3 minutes for each of the two. But if you're going to do a third public comment period, I believe the law says it must be at least 3 minutes for that public comment period. See, they thought about smart people like you that, like, again, the idea is to encourage meaningful public participation while also balancing. Look, you can have somebody come up here and filibuster all day long on something that they think is very important, but the rest of the public didn't come here to hear them talk about whatever it happens to be.
I'm going to make
I'll
an
leave it at that.
observation here, and I just asked our county manager about that. You know, it's interesting that the state assembly state legislature would create this in regards to us and our operations, but it doesn't appear to be following the same processes at the state legislative level. Most recently in the special session, they didn't even allow public comment in some cases, or the ability to call in. So anyway, I just find that interesting.
Well,
it seems a bit hypocritical to me, quite frankly.
Well, that and public records requests, they also exempt themselves from some of those requirements. Just saying. Another change that was made was public comment on issues of fact or law in a contested case under the Nevada Administrative Procedures Act can be restricted. This is a specialized area. There are public bodies that act as quasi-judicial functions under the Administrative Procedures Act. Basically, it's kind of almost a court proceeding for maybe a licensure. There's a lot of different things that may apply. What was happening is people would be coming in and under public comment, arguing a case, making arguments or making comments on pending matter, and we stopped that. You can't circumvent or subvert this, basically a judicial process where due process rights are implicated through the public comment process. I don't think anybody in this room will have to worry about this, but it is a big change. Here's another big change that occurred. AB 64 also clarified that statements made during public comment are subject to a civil claim for defamation, libel, slander, or similar causes of action. Before, there was the language in the law almost made it sound like you had an absolute privilege during public comment. So people would come up and say slanderous things, false things, things that otherwise would subject you to civil liability. Well, that's been changed so that if you, during public comment, slander someone, make some sort of defamatory comment, you can be sued. So just as if you said something horrible here that's untrue or out on the street corner, either way you're subject to liability in the civil court, and you'll have a chance to defend the things that you have said. There is an exception, though. A witness testifying under oath has an absolute privilege against a claim for defamation. However, it is unlawful to knowingly misrepresent any fact when testifying before a public body. Public comment made under oath is subject to penalties of perjury. So the balancing act was, well, if someone is testifying, you want them to be able to speak truthfully to the public body without being worried about being sued. So if the public comment comes in the context of you're sworn under oath, what you say is subject to an absolute privilege. The flip side is you can be held liable, criminally liable for perjury. So you won't be sued for defamation, but you can be criminally held liable for perjury. Again, the idea is that we want transparency in government. We want public comment to be meaningful. but it's not a license to lie or to slander. That is a big change that occurred in the last legislative session. Does anyone have any questions regarding that? So what does it mean to deliberate? Deliberate means collectively to examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for or against the action. The term includes without limitation the collective discussion or exchange of facts preliminary to the ultimate decision. So what that means in plain English is that if you are discussing something but not necessarily making a decision, that's still deliberation because you're leading to an ultimate decision that's within your jurisdiction control.
Can I ask a quick question on that, Doug?
You.
So I know in past items that have come before the board, some of us have information about the topic that the other board members don't have yet. And so then because we don't want to break open meeting law, we don't share this information. And so then that is like surprised upon everybody else when you bring it forward.
Right.
So what is the method then of sharing information as it's given to you or as you come across it? Is that something we send to the county manager and let them disseminate? What is, because I feel like that's something that happens reasonably often, that some commissioners have more information on certain topics than others do.
Yes, that is a great question. I think the preferred method to do that is to inform staff, county manager, the GID manager, whoever that is, to allow staff to know that information. That way they can verify the information, one, provide context to that commissioner, but also provide the same information in the same way to all of the members. The open meeting law allows for less than a quorum to receive what are called staff briefings. We call them 2-on-1s. One or two commissioners may meet with staff, with the county manager, or key members, staff, to talk about something like the agenda that's coming up, an application. That way, information that you have learned can be shared with staff, and they can verify, for instance, there's not secondary access to a plan development. And they can verify whether there is or isn't the secondary access, or if it's within a floodplain, or all the information that a commissioner might find relevant. At the end of the day, the reason you give it to staff is because then staff can put it in the staff report, they can be put in the agenda. That way, not only your fellow commissioners have the same information you have, but the public can also have that information rather than surprised at the meeting. Because as you know, as commissioners, a lot happens during a meeting. And sometimes if there's relevant information that's kind of surprised on people, they don't have time to process it, to get additional information. And so it's helpful if you let staff know, and then during 2-on-1s or staff briefings, that information can be disseminated not only to the other commissioners, but also to the public through the agenda packet. Does that make sense?
I think that's very important to emphasize, is that if we have information that we feel is relevant, we should communicate that to the county manager and let them disseminate that information. Therefore, we avoid any possibilities of open meeting law. Right? So, and that's true of the of the members of the public as well.
It's true.
On their boards. Yep.
Another question that's can I reach out to the public? Can I go talk to a developer that has an application coming forward? Of course you can. Some people think, oh, that's nefarious. You're meeting with an applicant no, you're one commissioner who, by the way, can't violate the open meeting law on your own. You're trying to become informed so that you can make an informed decision. And as a member of staff, if you find that information relevant and important, then I think it should be shared with other commissioners and it should be shared with the public. Everybody should know what you found that you think is relevant. Because at the end of the day, the open meeting law is about transparency and hopefully letting the public know why you're doing what you're doing. In the years that I've done this, I think the thing that frustrates the public the most is when the board or any public entity makes a decision and they have no idea why you did that. Because unfortunately, a lot of times, there's going to there will be people that are happy with what you did and people that are upset with what you did. But at least if they understood why you did what you did, that helps. Doesn't make them happy, but it helps them understand, and it's transparent to them how this public body made its decision. Here's a scenario: 5-member board. What if board member Sam meets with board member Eric to discuss an upcoming contract for paper supplies and tells them the contract is horrible? Has there been a violation of the open meeting law? No. 5-member board, 2 members are talking about a contract. It's within their jurisdiction control, yes, but it's just 2 of them. But what if Sam then meets with another board member, Patrick, and tells him what he and Eric discussed and confirms the 3 of them will not approve the contract? It's a violation. It may be that you all, maybe you should deny the contract. Maybe it is a crappy contract. But that should happen, that discussion should happen in public. So the public can hear why this is such a bad contract and why we should vote no on it. Again, it's about transparency and public participation in the legislative process.
Let's stop there for just a minute, though. If Sam were basically able, if Sam individually called the other 4 members of the board and told them that he felt that contract was horrible,
yeah,
without telling him what any other commissioner told him,
yeah,
that's not a violation. It's bordering on it, but
yeah, that's what we call a slippery slope. Here's what's going to happen, though. People are going to say, okay, yeah, let's pretend I'm a commissioner. Yeah, I spoke to Mark, and I spoke to Nathan, spoke to Wes, Danny, Charla, but I didn't tell anybody what we're going to vote. It's like, right. You had this discussion, but you didn't tell them that part. It's just, it's not wise.
You don't trust us?
I trust you implicitly, but the public may not trust you. And the AG may not trust you. So it's just better not to do it. It does not include a gathering or series of gatherings of members that do not deliberate or take action over a matter which the board has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. So what does that mean, Doug? Well, it's like the conferences that you go to. You may all go to a conference on, say, water law. You're all there. You're quote, deliberating, I guess. You're receiving information, but you're not actually deliberating or taking action on something that's going to come before you.
this is where where we get the most feedback from the public, right? Is where all 5 of us get invitations to public events.
Yeah.
And then we all show up, right, and people think, oh, this is an open meeting law violation, when it's not, because we're not, deliberating on individual items that are going to be before us. So it's okay for us to do that, and that's where a lot of members of the public get confused about whether or not we can attend. Okay, so I think that's very important to clarify that it's okay. We have an upcoming Chamber of Commerce luncheon, okay, where our county manager is going to deliver a state of the county. That's relevant to all 5 of us. We can attend that, and we have an update on NNDA as well, the same type of thing, So, anyways, yeah.
The danger with that, and why I generally encourage commissioners to limit the number to keep it under a quorum is because it's very easy for that to say, you know, you're at the chamber meeting, they're talking about the great things the county is doing. Say, well, what about this project? And so then you have 5 of you there, and one of you says something, which means now another one of you needs to say something. And before you know it, there's 3 or 4 of you all saying what you think or what you plan on the county doing on a project that's coming forward. It's just, again, that slippery slope. And believe me, I get it. It's frustrating because you go into public office to make a difference, to be responsive to your constituents, to do things, make the county better. But you need to do that here in a public meeting when it's been agendized and people know that you're showing up and this is the stuff you're going to be talking about. Believe me, I sympathize. It's difficult. Sure.
So on that, just like if they're getting together and they're not talking about things, then everything's fine, right? As far as that goes. But if they get together as a forum and they're not making a decision, can't they still have that discussion? Because they're not making a final decision on that.
So the question is can you meet and discuss it but not take a vote? The problem is the open meeting law talks about deliberation, which is what you would call discussion in advance of the actual vote. And the open meeting law says, no, if you're deliberating as a quorum, it's that backroom deal, right? That you deliberated, decided what's the best interest, and then you show up at the meeting and vote, and nobody knows how'd that happen. They didn't see all the deliberations that happened behind the scenes. And transparent government is the heart of it, is that people can see how your elected representatives got to that vote.
I've had a number, we've had a number of issues that have come before this board this last year, very difficult decisions. And it's interesting, we've had members of the public come up to us afterwards, or even at the podium, and say, it looks like you guys haven't even talked about this yet. Well, that's exactly true. We don't talk about it, okay? Because we're not allowed to. This forbids us from deliberating and talking about it amongst ourselves before it comes before this board in official meeting. So, right? I mean, I think we've all faced that.
And you have my sympathy. You do. I talked a little bit about staff meetings. You can meet with staff of less than a quorum. It's important to realize that you still have that problem if you have the staff meeting and then you meet later and you get a 3rd or 4th or 5th member. You've now created that walking quorum. I've been in 2-on-1s where a commissioner has said, I need you to make sure you tell this to the other commissioners when you meet with them. It's like, I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. You can share with me what your thoughts are and concerns, but I can't do for you what you can't do yourself. I'm not going down with you. I'm not going to Joe with you. Sorry. Yeah. This is not so much, people are getting pretty good about their email communications, social media. Don't send a email to all the commissioners. Don't do a reply all, because you'll inadvertently create a quorum over an item over which you have jurisdiction control. I think people are now aware enough of this now that they're careful about that. Same thing with social media. If you're on Facebook, and you're all on the group, be careful about what you send out, because you may inadvertently create a quorum. Again, if a commissioner sends out an email saying, I hate this, we need to vote, I'm going to vote against it, even if nobody else responds, all the other commissioners now know how I'm going to vote and why I'm going to vote that way. And again, all that should be happening on the public record.
Well, and once again, Doug, that's, we, members of the public will send us all emails, okay, all 5 of us on that email, and then get upset when we don't respond, okay? And that's what the public needs to understand, is that we really can't, we have to be very careful we don't respond all if we are going to send a message back to that individual. So
that's a great point. And I wish we could educate the public to not send emails, mass emails to everybody. Yeah, that's right. And that's what we're doing today. I've actually had
all these different ones where one commissioner can't talk to each of the other commissioners individually about a project. Does that back down to county staff also? If some part of the county staff has a project that they think is a tremendous project and they put a whole thing together, can they go to each commissioner to sell that project? Or is that supposed to be happening in an open meeting?
That's a great question. Staff will bring forward a project to each of the commissioners. And to the extent you want to call it selling it, it will be brought forward. And then if the chair and vice chair wants to put that on the agenda for discussion, then that will come forward to all of them. And staff will then have to, quote unquote, sell that project in a public forum where the public can see and the public can respond. That's how that process works. That's a great question.
But that's the same as if it was a developer. The developer
Yes.
could call each one of us individually, and we could meet with them and hear their spiel.
And sell their project, basically. But at the end of the day, it has to come to the public. And that discussion, the sales pitch, has to be to the public, and the public can respond. I've said this before, and I'll say it real quickly now. We have our smartphones, we have our emails. Please do not use your electronic devices during a public meeting to share something that's on the agenda. For instance, there's an agenda item and 2 commissioners are texting each other, commenting, doing whatever they're doing. The public doesn't get to see that interaction, and the other commissioners don't get to see that interaction. And the heart of the open meeting law is that deliberations and actions are transparent to the public. I will also say, as a practical matter, if you're doing this kind of stuff, there's a public records request that can be submitted, and they'll get your email that was happening during the meeting. So, word of the wise. If you want to share something, share it publicly so everybody can hear it.
However, there are times when we are discussing something and a constituent texts us to give us the opinion. We do not have to share that.
That's correct. Because it's to you, yes.
Unless there's a request. So heads up, right?
Yeah.
What if that request is sent to each one of you at the same time? Does that create a problem?
Okay, that is a great question, and we've discussed this at length with the AG's office. As long as the 5 of you or a quorum of you don't react or share that, it's not a violation of the open meeting law. It's if you start acting on that, deliberating amongst yourselves based on that direction from the public. Yes. Because otherwise, think about it, otherwise, a single member of the public could cause an open meeting law violation. I don't like what you're doing, I'm going to send an email to all of you, and now there's a quorum, and gotcha. That's not how this works. That's not
Mr.
how it
Chairman,
works.
I apologize for interrupting. Our clerk graciously reminded me that we have a record that we have to keep here. And when we have individuals calling out from the audience questions, we need their names for the record. And so I appreciate Mr. Ritchie's efforts to repeat their questions into the record, but can we also state their names? The last two questions have been from Mr. Jackson. The first question was, I believe, from Mr. Dressler. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I know better.
Now,
Shame on me.
when you talk about this, though, Mr. Ritchie, you're also saying that our personal devices are subject to basically Freedom of Information Act.
Public records request. That's
Public
correct.
records request, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So,
If it deals with county business. It doesn't if you're not dealing with county business, it doesn't.
Here's the thing, though, Commissioner Tarkanian. If you use your personal device to do some business, some personal, if there's a public records request, they will be looking through all of that stuff to pull out the county stuff. And I personally don't want to know about your plans for your wife's birthday or your...
They were really nice, just
I'm sure they were very nice. So the best practice is you've got your official county, GID, town email account, cell phone, all that, you do your business on yourself, that stuff, and keep your personal stuff separate. Otherwise, unfortunately, as much as I hate to do it, we have to go through all that stuff to winnow out the responsive county public record stuff versus the personal, daily life stuff. And I know every one of you have been through public records request and would rather not have to go through it again. Again, just a warning about electronic communications, social media. There's nothing that prevents you from meeting members of the public to receive feedback and information on upcoming agenda items. We kind of discussed that. But again, you should consult with staff to inform them what you found out so that the information can be presented to all the board members and to the public. This is important. This is a Supreme Court decision. We have acknowledged that the open meeting law is not intended to prohibit every private discussion of a public issue. Instead, the open meeting law only prohibits collective deliberations or actions where a quorum is present. So you don't really have to talk about the weather every time you're together, but if it has to do with something that's going to be coming before you over which you have jurisdiction control, just don't talk about it. Talk about your kids, sports. Any questions? How am I doing for time? Do I need to wrap this up? I'll do this really quickly. It's important that you know you can cure an open meeting law violation. If you become aware during a meeting that a OML violation has occurred, you can take steps to cure it. For instance, if you start talking about something, there's improper notice, convene to reschedule the meeting and adjourn the meeting. We've done that here in this county before. We convene long enough to say that we didn't publish on the state website, so we're going to adjourn and we'll reschedule the meeting. It's a pain, but the public is entitled to notice. Discussions of significance that occurred before the discovery should be repeated at the next meeting. If there's some discussion on items that are not on the agenda, stop the discussion and schedule it for a future meeting. Mainly because anything that you do, any action you take that wasn't properly agendized is void. Not voidable, it's void. So whatever you did doesn't matter anyway, so might as well reschedule it. Taking action on discussion-only items, the action is void. Again, reschedule. If you find yourself talking about an item with a quorum during the break of a meeting, it's okay. When we reconvene, we'll just note for the record, there was a quorum of us, name who was there. We started talking about X. So public, you know that we met and we discussed, and now we're going to discuss in public what we discussed in the hallway. That way, everybody knows what's going on. There's no backroom deals.
That is a primary reason why, and I know that 3 of us have now served as chairman on this board, but that's why we work very, very hard not to take a break in the middle so that there's no improprieties of the items before us. Huh? Oh, did I? Okay. Anybody hear me? Everybody hear me? We try everything we can do not to take a break in the middle of an item so that there's no feeling of the public that we are breaking open meeting law and discussing in the back room that item. So.
Are fundamentally different, then you should agendize that action that you want to take. It's a question whether, for instance, you can agendize something broadly enough to say, we want to know, should we build a road? That covers, like, should we not build a road? How are we going to finance the road? I mean, it covers a lot. But if it goes completely into, should we build a swimming pool, then you need to re-agendize to talk about building a pool instead of a road. We talk about the penalties that can occur. Any action taken by a public body in violation of open meeting law is void. Any lawsuit to declare an action void must be brought within 60 days of the alleged violation, unless told for an additional 30 days under certain circumstances, which are found in the law. I won't go into that. It's like a bunch of lawyerese, subsection exceptions. This is the one that probably all of you care about. Individual penalties. Each member of the public body that attends a meeting in violation of the open meeting law with knowledge of the violation is guilty of a misdemeanor and is subject to a civil penalty of $500 for the first offense, $1,000 for the second offense, and $2,500 for every offense thereafter. That's an individual penalty. However, all penalties that have an impact on individual board members and not on the board collectively require a showing of a willful violation. And guess what the easiest way is to show that it wasn't willful? Follow the advice of legal counsel. No criminal penalty or administrative fine may be imposed upon an individual member of a public body pursuant to this section if a member of a public body violates a provision of this chapter as a result of legal advice provided by an attorney employed or retained by the public body. So, when in doubt, get advice from legal counsel, because even if they're ultimately wrong, it will shield you from the worst penalties, individual liability.
That's why we ask you so many questions.
And I appreciate that. And again, like for ethics, I reach out to other people. I reach out to the senior deputy AG, her name is Rosalie Bordelev with the AG's office, on these difficult questions, because I want to protect you to the best of my ability. And I want to ensure to the best of my ability that the public has trust in you, that they believe that even if you make bad decisions, you're transparent about that process. Hopefully they think you make wonderful decisions and they see why you vote the way you do. Attorney-client meetings are exempt from the open meeting law. they use the term non-meeting because it falls outside the definition of a meeting. But, you know, people say, well, Doug, how can you have a meeting that's not a meeting? Well, it's a meeting, it's a quorum, but it doesn't fall within the definition of a meeting for purposes of the open meeting law. And this was also changed recently. Before, the exemption involved either litigation, pending litigation, or threatened litigation. It was changed to be more expansive, that basically the attorney-client privilege. If you're getting legal advice, whatever that may be, from your attorney, that's shielded from the open meeting law. It is a good change. And for members of the public, the reason that's a good change is because at the end of the day, when there's civil liability against the county, guess who's writing that check? The taxpayers are writing that check. So you want the very best defense you can get, and you want those attorney-client privilege meetings to be protected so that, I call them the bad guys that are suing the county don't have an unfair advantage, because at the end of the day, you want a fair fight in court or before a jury. That's what you want. Any questions regarding the penalties or how to avoid penalties? That's probably the most important. I could probably end right now because you covered what not to do, and if there's a problem, what you can do to cure it. Are there any questions? Like I said, there's 2.5 hours of material here about how you publish the agenda, when it has to be published on the state website.
You should meet with Mark and Nathan to go through all that.
Give them the full 2.5 hours. Good idea. So, Chairman, any questions?
No, I think it's important for the public to understand that when the agenda building process on every 2 weeks that we meet, that does not end today and then we begin to build an agenda for 2 weeks from now. We have agenda items that are percolating all the time, but until they're ready for prime time, until all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, all the pertinent information for you and us is compiled, it doesn't come before the board. So it's an ongoing process, constant process. So we will be meeting now. It's always the chair and the vice chair that meet with staff, usually the Monday or Tuesday after the board meeting. So this coming Monday or Tuesday, that's when the chair and the vice chair will meet with staff again to take a look at a draft, just the bare bones start of an agenda that will come to us on the 22nd. Okay? No, there will be no flesh in it. No flesh. And if an item is not fleshed out, then it won't get on. If it is fleshed out, then it gets on. So.
In conclusion, are there any other questions? Members of the public, anyone? Admittedly, I am biased, but I feel the Board of County Commissioners really go out of their way to try and be transparent with the public, to have good agendas that clearly explain to the public what you're going to be talking about and why, the supporting material, why you're going to do what you're going to do. Again, it's a thankless job. It seems like all the time, every vote you take, half the people are upset, half the people love you. But at the end of the day, you go out of your way to be transparent about this whole process. And since Mark Jackson has been the district attorney, the Board of County Commissioners has never had a violation of the open meeting law. And we've had lots of complaints. And I attribute that to your dedication to following the ethics law, the public records law, the open meeting law. And for that, I thank you, because sometimes it is a hassle. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Mr. Ritchie. The other thing I think is important for the public to understand is that I've often gotten complaints or observations by the public that, we release an agenda packet, the whole packet, could be anywhere from 500 pages to 1,500 pages, sometimes even more, okay? And they're complaining that they have a very limited amount of time to try to absorb that material. Well, I can tell you, and I've told members of the public also, we are not giving any more time. This board is not given any more time to absorb that material than the public. That would be an open meeting law violation if that occurred, okay? So we're very protective on that. So when that comes out on Friday before the Thursday meeting, that's our time frame to absorb that material. So
That's right.
we ready for lunch? Okay. I'm going to recess the meeting until 1:30. We'll give us an hour. Thank you. Okay, it is 1:30, so I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Commissioners back to order for, what is it, January 8th? Okay. And we'll go into item 13 for possible action. Discussion to, number one, adopt Resolution 2026-R003, augmenting the community services budget in the amount of $125,000. Two, to accept a $62,500 donation from the Carson Valley Arts Council and a $62,500 donation from the Douglas County Community Services Foundation for the purpose of funding master planning documents for the Douglas County Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center. And three, approve a $125,000 contract between Douglas County and Tate Snyder Kimsky Architects, more commonly known as TSK Limited, to create a master plan for the Douglas County Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center and authorize the Community Services Director to execute all related documents. We have today with us Ms. Brooke Ady, who is the Community Services Director, and the Deputy Director is here today, the President of the Carson Valley Arts Council is here today, and the President of the Community Services Foundation is here today. So we welcome you all and thank you, and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Brooke Ady, Community Services Director. This is quite the big motion. There's a lot of things that are happening, so we'll talk through all of the various pieces. So Commissioner Gardner is correct. I am joined by several people. So I'll Brian Fitzgerald with the Carson Valley Arts Council, Renee Louie with the Community Services, the Douglas County Community Services Foundation, and I have Kevin Kebner here with TSK. And so I'm going to provide a little bit of history of the request for qualification that got us to this point. And then I am going to allow Kevin to talk about what his plan is for moving this plan forward, and then have an opportunity for either Brian and or Renee to get up and share some thoughts that they might have. So in September, the Community Services Department released an RFQ, a request for qualification, to solicit an architect for design and construction services for this project. The scope of this project has two pieces to it. So we have Part A, which is to develop a conceptual master plan for the Cultural and Performing Arts Theater and Cinema. And so as part of that, we asked for applicants to let us know what they're qualified in and their ability to review the existing project and facility, to meet with the Douglas County project team and the Carson Valley Arts Council. We asked them to participate in tours of different facilities, hold public meetings, public workshops, facilitate a public survey, conduct meetings at the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and then present a draft plan to the Board of County Commissioners. So that was one scope. Scope two would be to prepare plans, specifications, bid documents, and provide construction management services for all of the phase one improvements. So this project has two phases to it. One, we want to look at what the community wants and what the Cultural and Performing Arts Center or the movie theater could be to be able to support the larger community, a bigger master plan. But we also are looking at what are some immediate improvements that we could make through this public process as we seek future funding for the full build out of the Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center. Right now our funding is very limited, which I'll talk a little bit about that. We don't have enough funding for the full project, so we're in the very early stages of planning of the project. So that Part B project includes meeting with the same individuals, designing the first phase of the remodel and improvements, having public meetings, submitting plans at 10%, 50%, 90%, and final stages, developing plans and specification and bid documents for phase one, provide construction management, and approve all of the final payments for that. When we went through this RFQ process, we had 5 applicants, 5 people applied, and we had some very qualified applicants. Through the initial applications, we determined that we wanted to bring 2 of those applicants forward for a second meeting for them to give a presentation and talk more about how they would do this plan specifically. The presentation that you're going to see is very similar to the presentation that we received that helped us determine that TSK was the best fit for the project that we wanted to do. The original budget that we put out through this RFQ for really both Part A and Part B of this project was $100,000. As we went through this project, it became very clear that $100,000 wasn't enough to do all of the things that we wanted to do. And so then we kind of went back to the drawing board and we said, okay, well, what are the things that we can do for $100,000? After talking with TSK and having some back and forth, $125,000 was really necessary for getting a very good master plan. Once we go through the master plan part of it, then we will determine how we move forward with Part B of this RFQ and what we need to do for the phase one improvements. The $125,000 is going to be funded by 2 organizations. We have the Carson Valley Arts Council and the Douglas County Community Services Foundation, who have both generously agreed to donate $250,000 each for this project. The first part of the project is $125,000. So when Commissioner Gardner read into the action item, that's $62,500 each to get us through this phase one. And then the remaining $375,000 of the donation will actually go towards phase one improvements. I don't know what that's going to look like yet. I think that that's part of this process. We're going to hear from the community to see what it is really the things that they would like to have. So now what I'll do is I'm going to turn it over to Kevin with TSK, and he's going to talk about what their role is going to be and what their experience has been in both looking at doing some public outreach and working with these types of community theater projects.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Kemner with TSK Architects. I've been here a couple times before you all in the past in relationship to the Justice Center. This is a wholly different kind of project, and personally, this is a project that's really meaningful to me. I have a background in the arts, and these are special projects for us, and so we're very excited and very grateful to have been selected by the committee to do this work. If we could sort of go forward, please. Apologies, some of you may know this, some of you may not, but TSK has had the good fortune to work with Douglas County now for close to 20 years. I think it's going to be 20 years this upcoming year, beginning with the Douglas County Community Center project. We were the architect on that. And then multiple projects over that time, including the Justice Center, planning for the Justice Facility, work for the school district. You are one of our most favored clients. We will always come down here. My wife is mad at me that I never showed her this place when we moved up here, and she holds it against me to this day. So, but no, this is really, she says that too, but have you tried to buy a house these days? Anyway, let's move on. Our team these are the folks who are going to be leading your project. Pedro Espinet's our principal in charge. Not only am I the director of the firm, I'm also going to lead the programming on this. Holly Cannon, who we'll talk about in a second, she's the project manager. She's already working on another project for Douglas County, the Cat House, or Cat Cottage, sorry, I slip on that. God darn it, I practiced not saying that. And then Brad Kosicki. Brad is a principal owner with a firm called Apiro, and we'll talk about them in a minute. And they're really our subject matter expert on performing arts center, cultural centers, really where there's sort of specialized information. Next, please. and one of the reasons that we're working with Apiro is that we've had a long relationship with them going back into the late 1990s. At the time, they were under a different name. They were called Auerbach Pollock Friedlander. They're an international firm, national firm, who does only performing arts and cultural centers. And we've developed a relationship with them over the years that really is seamless and integrated in how we work together. We share the same beliefs and same goals. Next, please. We are a team that works well with you, we believe. We believe we understand Douglas County. We certainly have the experience. Talked about the community center, talked about the new Justice Center, and in the center there you see the cat cottage. That's not actually the actual size. There's not giant cats on
I was going to say, I think that's not quite the size Danny was expecting. On
No, it's just a little bit of humor on our part. But Holly Cannon has been the project manager on that, and she's done an outstanding job, and we really love having her on our work. Next, please. And just, to kind of round out a little bit about our qualifications, you know us from justice work and the community center from a while ago, but we actually do quite a few master plans and community centers around the region, and that ranges from high schools like you see in the upper left, Sage Ridge School, which is a private school in Reno. The one in top centers, City of Menifee New Community Center, very similar to what you're trying to do, which is a community performing arts center. We've also done the Carson City Capital Master Plan, which hopefully you'll begin to see construction on in the upcoming months. City of Fernley Community Center, and then just some other ones, City of Henderson Performing Arts. So these are projects we do on a regular basis and have familiarity with. Next, please. On the other hand, Apiro, they have 50 years of theater design. They've done over 500 plus projects with awards, and at all ranges. And so those images up there, I don't want you to feel like you're getting a palace. They work at all scope and all levels of size project. In fact, they're particularly interested in projects like this because they're really avenues to get the arts into communities. Whereas these kind of big showcase pieces, they're really at the upper end and represent a different clientele and a different kind of reach. Next, please. And so you can see here a bit of a range of kind of things that they've done. All of these projects are renovations or adaptations of existing facilities, which is similar to what we're going to do here with the existing theater project. The one in the lower right, the Brooklyn Academy of Music, BAM, is a really interesting project because that was an abandoned theater, like an old style theater, lots of decoration and things. And they actually came in and built a whole new facility inside of there. So they never touched the old building. Everything that they've put in there is sort of a new piece. It's very interesting. Next, please.
So what you're telling us is all four of those were
Renovations.
pre-existing buildings that were renovated.
Correct.
Very nice.
Yeah. And that's one reason, I'll say when I reached out to them, they were the first folks we reached out to. We were very clear about what you had purchased, what the expectations of this project were, and they were very excited about that opportunity. And Brad in particular leads their adaptive reuse projects, so he's exceptionally qualified for this. I'm sorry, move forward, please. So the review committee that Brooke led asked us a number of questions, and one of those is, what is your public engagement process involving the community and stakeholders? Next slide, please. And we kind of reframed that question to what we believe is the most important question for this, which is, what does a successful, and that's a key word here, successful meaning that it supports itself, works forever, performing arts community center for Douglas County look like? These projects, they're not universal. They have to grow out of the community. They have to grow out of the arts community that's here. We're excited to work with Brian and his connections, but they don't succeed in communities unless they sort of grow organically from what's here. And so that's probably the most important question we're going to ask as we go through this. Next slide, please. We did present a project schedule. It's based on 16 weeks. And I'm not going to go through every line in this. These kind of schedules are boring, I think. But what's important is you'll see a series of vertical columns of triangles and dots. And those are workshop periods. And it's not a workshop day. It's actually a workshop week. We'll come in and we'll meet with the steering committee. We'll meet with the community. We'll identify who the community is and how we'll meet with them. We'll have a very intensive period of gathering data and ideas. And we'll have an opportunity then to go away and sort of collate that information to begin to formulate what makes the best sense for the community. You'll see that sometimes there's some dots that kind of move like this. That's a regular meeting we'll have with the steering committee for the project. And we also have intention to come back and present to you at a regular basis to say, this is where we're headed with this, and this is what the community has told us. So this is the schedule we presented. It's going to be 16 weeks. We haven't nailed down the kickoff date yet, but that's our next step once this is approved. Next, please. One of the most important things with these kind of projects is to establish a steering committee and then to establish the stakeholders and to define what the relationships are. The steering committee is going to be the group of individuals who are empowered to make binding decisions. And by binding decisions, this is something that's going to be in the project. This is something that's not going to be in the project. This is something we feel we really have to have. This is something that would be nice but not have. Stakeholders, stakeholders have like Christmas wish lists. They want lots and lots of things. And so part of this is you have a big pool of people we'll pull from. We need to be able to make sure that we can pare down and come to a sensible master plan and plan to move forward. So the steering committee is going to be important. Sorry, please go forward. We will spend time identifying the voices that need to be part of this project. And you have a large and deep pool of arts-related individuals in the county. It's a fantastic thing, but it also, we need to make sure we get the right voices and hear who we need to hear. Next, please. Workshopping and public engagement probably looks similar to what a lot of people do. It's, public meetings, workshop surveys, visioning sessions. We're trying to plan out some interactive art events to maybe ally some activities with some other events that are going on in the county at the time. We'll do digital outreach. We'll try and sort of work with artist engagement. So this is all part of the menu of things that we'll bring to this project. Next, please. One thing that we do, and we feel this is really important, is that what we're doing is not linear, but we hear, we go forward, we hear again, we come back and test us ideas, we move forward, we listen to you again, we go back and correct and refine. So this is not one and done. There's a process in here for gathering feedback, refining our direction, and continuing to move forward. And I apologize for the weird text up there. I exported it out of PDF into a PowerPoint, and sometimes the formatting's off. We're better than that. Next, please. One of the questions is, how are we going to gather, feedback and information? Move forward, please. So we use a number of tools. We do online surveys for those folks who maybe want to respond at different times or want to respond differently. But at the same time, we do in-person work as well. We think in-person is incredibly important. And so we sort of tackle it from both ends. So when we do surveys, we track things. One of the things we've found is that these activities sometimes steer us in new directions. So the city of Menifee, that project, the Cultural Arts Center, actually started out as a rec center similar to what you built for, out here on Waterloo Lane. After the public engagement, they said, we don't need gyms. We have plenty of gyms. What we want is theaters. Are you going to ask me a question? You look like you are. Okay. Next, please. We'll do visioning sessions. This is where we gather stakeholders together in person. We'll have a series of activities. Some of them are, we call them the DOT studies. We give people things to refer to track what they like, don't like. We'll ask them why. Sometimes we'll get around the table and sort of test ideas out together. These are very inclusive and really help to build commitment from everybody in the community into the project. Next, please. We will get to a point where we do design charrettes, and we'll figure out who needs to be in those. Certainly the steering committee, other members of the county, other members of the stakeholder groups could be part of these. Next, please. This is something we're trying to do specifically for Douglas County, is that because of the range and type of cultural events that you have here, is that we want to try and get to those cultural events to also gather feedback and be participants in that. So whether it's gallery events, whether it's kind of cultural panel discussions, whether it's performances. We were talking with Brian out in the hallway. Apparently we're a little loud. I apologize. But about some of the events that go on here, there's a lot of opportunity to go to those communities to see what they do and hear how they see things. Next, please. And then last, we have the ability as a firm to support digital outreach, and this is going to be incredibly important. The goal of the master plan is a couple things. One is to define scope, but the other is to prepare and present packages that can help with fundraising. These projects depend so much on fundraising. Our goal is to help you get to a point where we facilitate and assist your fundraising efforts. That's define scope, packages that make sense to be funded, how they could be funded, and then we also support that. We have the ability to do support for digital communications, for press releases, those kind of things. And that's it's not just we're going to get so far. We want to help you get over the line, and that includes helping you find who's going to support those kind of things. Next, please. We were also asked to talk a little bit about issues we foresee, and let me just sort of move to the next slide. And so, first of all, this is a project that we've designed. It's waiting funding. This is Reno Fire Headquarters, Fire One. And before you say, what does a fire station have to do with a performing arts center, is that it has the same challenge, which is there's a big want list, a big need list. There are things that have to be in the facility to work. The same way in a theater, there are things that have to be in the facility to work, but the budget may not be aligned properly. And what we've been able to do on this project, and what we do on a lot of our projects, is we're very proactive in working with the contractor, if there's a contractor, or with our cost estimators, to refine and define changes in the building design to support funding, but also to not lose functionality. Next, please. We also look for ways where the existing infrastructure can carry forward, and maybe preserve the character of the facility or important parts of the facility. This is that, the BAM project again, the Brooklyn Academy of Music, and you can see the old fabric of the building, and in the bottom you can see the new theater. Apero did the initial installation into BAM in the 1980s. They've been back frequently to keep adding to it. In fact, they were talking about how there's like an entire new floor in there that they built that didn't touch the old building. So you have the character of the old building, but you have the functionality of a new building. Next, please. And then, leveraging existing conditions to create value-driven layouts that work at multiple phases. This is actually an old factory that they've converted to be a theater performing space, but also at the same time, there's shops and other things that are working around this. And so similar to what we have opportunities here, we have an existing theater, we have other functions around it. So the ability to kind of make it a transformational space functions both as dinner theater, standard theater, can function during the day as shops and a mall. So, they're quite creative in how they handle things. Next, please. But we also wanted to talk about opportunities because you bought this building. I say that you've bought this building like you own it now, which you do. But it has many opportunities, we may not sort of think about them that way. Some of them are actually quite simple. And so one of the things we've talked a lot about is, these two theaters in the southern end of the building, they're kind of interestingly sized. We could take the fixed seating out of there and actually have quite a large flexible space. One of the things that's really helpful is if you can do catering. You have a driveway in the back. We could, with modest costs, provide doors in the back and some support where you could host catering out of the back and actually have functions in there that could serve multiple kind of things, whether it's a fundraiser, whether it's a dinner theater, whether it's some other kind of thing. And so one of the things we see is there's already an opportunity just with the fact that you have a building that we could identify things that maybe are more creative or a little different than what you think of as a set theater. Next, please. We really want to explore and kind of push the idea that multiple arts need to be in a place. So we say performing arts a lot, but it's also the Performing Arts and Cultural Center. So like a gallery space would be really nice there, or maybe flexible galleries. But we also understand there's a desire for a large theater, and that's a big ticket item. We can look at the end of the building and we can reconfigure that to be a theater, but that comes at cost. That's not a simple thing, but those are things that as we explore in the master planning, we'll find a way to make those the most effective and appropriate solution. Next, please. Then we start, some of our guys who are thinking about this already, they're like, well, what about the front? What could we do out front? Could we do outdoor events? Could we put artwork out front? Could we have cultural events out front? Because the lead up to the building is a little underwhelming. I hope I'm not insulting anybody. But, you know, there's opportunity because you have space, and that's probably one of the most important things. Next, please. Oh, there it is. And then you have a park nearby. You have an opportunity to sort of extend out to maybe do indoor-outdoor events as well. You have a lot of things with this building that maybe are beyond the building, but again, those are opportunities that we can put into a master plan that maybe someone wants to fund that. Maybe someone wants to improve the building to the north, right? Like these become opportunities, you know, that help sort of feed out. And a successful performing arts center will expand its reach, right? People will build around it just to gather, you know, like the activity. I think that's the last slide. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Really, this is the start. You know, we're eager to get going, and we're, like I said, this is personally an incredibly important project to me. This is really awesome.
Commissioners, questions, comments, observations?
Observations. I can see why the committee chose you, and I feel your passion, and I think that was an excellent presentation of what's going to happen next, and I am convinced of the qualifications of the team getting us going on this, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Because actually my only thing is actually a critique that you've already put together a plan that's up there on the screen for people to see, and that might mislead the direction that you already have a plan moving forward. So just want to make sure that we, when we ask for the public involvement, that it starts without that preconceived. And I know there was no intention because I do the same thing, but just that it's up there. Now the public has seen, oh, you're keeping 2 theaters and you're going to do this and do that. That's too small. Why are we bothering? So that's what we've heard in the public. And so I know that that's going to be open in the discussion, but that would be my only critique of the presentation. Other than that, I'm down, and I like what you guys have done. I like bringing in that third party with the expertise, because that's been another critique of who knows what they're doing around here. Now you've got somebody that definitely you can't argue that. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, and thank you for your comment. We have lots of ideas. There are ideas. They're not the community's ideas. The one thing that we are completely trust in and follow is our process. And so we, you know, to stress to everybody who's seen, you know, these drawings and has seen them, that's probably not what it's going to look like. You know, we'll find the route and find our way there. But those are just options. They're things that are out there. We would say are possibilities, but yeah, they're not. You know, when we come back in 4 months or so, I'd be willing to bet that's not what it looks like. Yeah.
And so I would make this basically the same observations, so to speak. I am appreciative of the fact that the 2 organizations that come together, the Douglas County Community Services Foundation and the Douglas County or the Carson Valley Arts Council, so that we're not using public funds on this study, which is really great. Not asking for funding out of the general fund, which is very limited. If you were asking for those, maybe a penny, but so I appreciate that. You've talked about involvement of the public in this, and I've always contended that we're, the misgivings here in the state are that we're the most affluent county in the state, and that's not necessarily true. I think we're number 5 on the list per capita. However, we do recognize that there is a lot of affluency in this community, and having their involvement, the public's involvement in not only the conceptual process, but also then the buy-in, because this is going to require a lot of public money, not, I should say private money, right? Private money, not public funds, not general funds, but private funds, where we have an arts community that will come together, recognize a desire to have something that they can actually participate in, to finance the concepts to get them to fruition. So their buy-in and their participation over the process is going to be absolutely critical, right? So thank you, and I too, I'm very pleased that the boards have decided that you're the right person, and I concur with that feeling. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Did you want to?
Yep, Brooke 80 Community Services Director. I'd like to give the president of the Carson Valley Arts Council an opportunity to say some few words, and then the president of the Douglas County Community Services Foundation after that to speak a little bit about the project too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Fitzgerald, President, Carson Valley Arts Council. I'll be brief, just supporting the approval of what the action items that are on your agenda today to accept our donations and to select TSK for this project. I've had the benefit of working with TSK. I was a member of the design team for the Douglas County Community and Senior Center, so I'm aware of their process. Their public engagement process is fantastic, and I think it'll do justice for what we're trying to do here. And the fact that they have experience with the cat cottage, because getting the art community together will be a bit like herding cats. So I think they're the right people for the job. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Renee Louie, for the record, president of the Community and Services Foundation. This foundation has been around for many, many years, and we are here to support all of the community centers in Douglas County. Congratulations to the chair and the vice chair on your appointments today, and thank you, commissioners, for having us. When the county came to us and presented the idea to add another community center, that is our purpose, is to support the community centers. And we literally, since 2014, have raised millions and millions of dollars and put them all into the community centers for the needs of our community. And so they named it Community Center, so that means it's now in our family. So upon your approval, we will be writing that check to get that initial phase kicked off. And these are funds that we've raised in the community on behalf of that new community center. So we're excited for that. Any questions? I remain available. Thank you.
Thank you, both Brian and Ms. Renee Louie.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Ms. Ady
Sure, please.
some questions? Okay, I'm trying to quite understand the money that's going into it and what was promised when we purchased it. You said something about, was it $125,000? The Carson Valley Arts Council is going to put in a $250,000 total.
So, Brooke 80 Community Services, thank you for the question. When we started this endeavor, the Carson Valley Arts Council and the Douglas County Community Services Foundation each dedicated $250,000 for this entire project. We earmarked the first $100,000 for this study. We went through the process and determined we actually needed $125,000 to get an efficient study. And then the remaining pieces, the remaining funding, about $375,000, will go to phase one construction, actually making some modifications to the building.
Okay, and so this is going to make everybody on the board mad again, and I'm going to be the minority again, but that's what I thought that you'd said, and this is where my concern is. I thought the presentation the gentleman from the architect gave was really great, and I'm sure he's going to do a great job. But why isn't this something the county staff should be doing? We're talking about basically, if I understand correct, this master plan that you referred to is to determine what you want to put into the facility, what size, what he wants to look at. Now, the architect's going to draw the plans when you decide what you want in it. He's talking about having public meetings. He's talking about doing interactive stuff with the public and social media and so forth. We're going to spend $125,000 that could be going towards the construction and or tenant improvements or whatever you want to call the renovation of the building, instead of paying for them to do a master plan. Why can't the county do that?
Brooke 80, Community Services Director. Thank you, and I appreciate you asking those questions. This is a partnership between county staff and the architects to be able to do all of the public engagement and all of that. We don't have an architect on staff. We don't have somebody with the expertise that the contractors have. We're very fortunate to be able to work with somebody who has a lot of experience transforming these spaces into performing arts venues. And so that is why we are reaching out to a contractor to help us with this product, because we want to be able to put forward the best product that we can for the community. And we need the expertise of some individuals outside of our department to be able to get us there.
So I didn't quite understand that answer, except that you said you didn't have an architect on staff. You're going to pay for an architect to do the drawings of whatever renovations are being done, and that's got to be done no matter what. But why would you need an architect to tell you what you want to put into the building?
We're getting more than an architect. We're getting somebody that has expertise in theaters and design of what we need in a theater to help guide the process. There are a lot of important aspects into building a theater: stage size, sounding, seats, all of those different amenities. And we want to make sure that all of those things are incorporated into the plan so that when we do go forward looking for funding, we have a good vision of all of the things that we need to be able to make this a top-notch facility.
Last statement, then I'm going to let it go, is the architect's going to determine this, how many seats come in. When you pay an architect to build, it's going to be part of the architectural fees and stuff. I'm just trying to see at this stage, which is the beginning stages, why we'd want to spend this money instead of using that for a later purpose.
Mr. Chairman, I see that Kevin approached the microphone. I'm not sure if he has anything to additionally add. Commissioner Tarkanian, I'm sorry, for the record, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. Commissioner Tarkanian, your point is taken. I understand the distinction and that eventually we will likely hire an architect, and staff can facilitate a public engagement process. I agree with you on that. I would tell you, having the architect involved at this stage in public engagement to help us facilitate those conversations will help us better shape the outcome and the design options that are brought forward to the architect to finalize in the end. And I don't know, Kevin, if you have additional perspective to add to that. Staff are not, we don't specifically have experience on community performing arts centers. If we were going to be looking at doing a public engagement process around a community center, I would say we're very well qualified to engage with the public now on that topic. A performing arts center, there's specific nuances to it that we likely are not qualified to speak to, whereas Kevin's team could. And I don't know if you want to add to that, Kevin.
Thank you. Kevin Kemner, TSK Architects, for the record. Commissioner Tarkanian, you asked some great questions, and I would go back to the slide I had up there, which said that our goal is to create a sustainable performing arts center. Performing arts centers are unique in the sense that they have different ways to generate revenue. They have different ways to ensure that they generate enough revenue and use to be self-sustaining. That's the ultimate goal for any performing arts center. There are far too many performing arts centers that were improperly programmed and master planned that have failed and then have become burdens on their communities. And so one of the reasons that we made sure to bring Apiro on with us is that that's part of their expertise. As we go through the planning, right-sizing the facility, talking about scheduling the facility, getting utilization up, a performing arts center.
Are you saying you guys are going to be involved in the scheduling of the facility?
Well, you look at scheduling as a way to maintain utilization rate. So one of the questions where Brian and I were talking a little earlier, there's been numbers thrown around about how big the large space wants to be. There are numbers going around saying, well, we want it to be 750 seats. We want it to be 300 seats. There's a huge difference in what that costs to operate and what you're likely loading on how to, like what the majority of your performances would draw. If your majority of performances are drawing 200 people, a 700-seat facility will fail just because you're not generating enough income to support it. Apiro brings that knowledge and expertise with us, and as we go through the planning of this, that will be part of our discussion.
I don't understand what Apiro is. I thought they were just an architect that you said were working with you.
They are not, they have architects on staff, but they are a theater design consultant. All they do is theaters and performing arts centers.
Then why didn't we hire them for this instead of you guys?
Because they work with architects. They do not do self-supporting.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
So I'm sorry, did I jump? Oh, okay. Since I was one that slapped you earlier, I'll give you props now because it's kind of an example of why you bring a professional in at this point, as I do with my design. My biggest fear is that somebody's going to move into their house and say, I wish I would have. And so it's my job as a design professional to give them ideas that they may not have thought of. And like you've already expanded about the park across the street. I'm sure nobody contemplated that until somebody came through and was like, oh, by the way, you got a park right here. We could do something like that. Those are ideas that could not have come forward without some professional guidance. And one of the knocks that I've heard, a majority of, probably the biggest knock from the community, is that who knows how to design a theater? Who here in Douglas County knows how to design a theater and is that kind of expertise? And so those are the kind of things you need to know ahead of time so that you don't design something. Because if the client brings you here, this is what we want, and then you just design what they want, and it limits what's there. So while I agree with what you're saying on a lot of them, on this particular one, I would agree with bringing in the professional earlier than later.
I was going to say much the same thing, but I guess I'll just say the 12 years I was on the school board, this was talked about, wanted, needed. And ever since then, it's been needed and wanted. But just because we need and want it doesn't mean we know how to do it. And getting the financial piece right is critical. And this idea that you guys will help us figure out a model whereby it's not county money that's sustaining this year after year, because it can't be. We don't see that in the cards. So these are things that we want and we think can happen, but we don't know how to make them happen. We literally have no one on staff who could make this happen. So of all the times you've brought that up, I think this is the least it makes the least sense to me, because it really is very specialized kind of work.
So you're basically admitting you should have voted with me once or twice before then, is that right? I appreciate your comment. I appreciate the fellow commissioner's explanations.
I do feel I like your involvement, and I feel it's critically important for the performing arts community within Douglas County to be a part of this, to tell you what it is they want to see in a facility. Now, that's going to be important to contact the school district as well to see what their needs are as well. And also create an environment in that building where, as you're saying, if we don't have a need to use a 500-seat, we may have a 500-seat theater, but we might also have a smaller one involved. That's what you're talking about, the versatility of the building. If we have a smaller venue that would accommodate 100 or so, the financial portion of that is good. It's adaptable, and so that's what I encourage is deep involvement with the performing arts community, musicians, performers, whatever, in our community, so that you can adapt this facility to accommodate their needs and draw in the greatest amount of public in that process. I do know that we have, and I believe it's in the first, what is your time frame here, quickly?
So for the master plan, we allotted 16 weeks. 16 weeks, sir.
16 weeks. So 4 months?
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know if that fits in with, I'm going to need to check with when do we have our business showcase? That's, is that in May or April, May, June? Is it in August? Is it that late? April? Which would really be good, right? Is to basically have a kiosk there so that the public can see what we're looking at and also weigh in on it. So I would encourage you to use those types of venues or opportunities within our community to do outreach.
That would be a great opportunity, and we'll talk to Brooke about getting that coordinated.
Mr. Chairman, then when they reach out to the school district and ask them their ideas, I assume you're going to ask the school district to help fund it, right?
Yes.
That was tongue in cheek over what's going on now, so
At a risk of causing a range war between the county and the district, we've had similar projects where district shared use, and it will be important for the district to pay operational fees. Yeah.
not the topic right now.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I'm not trying to start a range war, sir. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so with that, if we don't have any further comments from the board or the presentation here, we'll go to public comment. This is an action item, so. I just want to remind the folks that this $125,000 is not general funds. This is donations from the Arts Council and Community Services Foundation. So.
I really think you need to explain the money going to this is not general funds either. It's restricted funds, because I keep getting that argument when people get to me.
Jim, I don't want to throw a wet blanket on it, but I'm going to. I want you guys to promise us that there will be no money coming from the county to support this endeavor. When this whole thing was sold to us originally, not really sold to us, but just presented and voted on and accepted, that you were going to spend $3 million to buy the building, that you would be the landlord, and that the Art Council would be the tenant. Tenant should pay for all the improvements. It's their business. Now, I know that this money is donations that's coming in, and that's all fine. I have no problem with the outfit that's going to design it. I think they sound very capable. I have no problem with the Community Arts Center and Performing Arts Center. Nice endeavor. But if the county is planning on spending any sort of money on it, when you cannot rebuild our roads, you cannot protect a lot of the communities from floods and various things like that, I think you would have a real problem with the community. Not because we don't want a performing arts center. I think that'd be great. I think there'd be a lot of use for it. But the money to support it, I'm not hearing anybody saying that it will not come. I'm hearing just the opposite, that at some point, the county is going to end up footing the bill for it. When you build a building, this is a strip mall and not a very good one. The parking lot is terrible. There's not much room there. The theater is a mediocre theater. It's not one of the best theaters in town. So it's not like you're going to be renovating the El Capitan Theater like Disney did and spend $40 million doing it. You're going to be renovating a theater that is pretty run down and not many people go to it. How many millions is it going to take to build this to what the original pictures were that we saw of it? And where is that money going to come from? Now, if they can come up with it themselves as the tenant to improve the property with the permission of the landlord, fine and dandy. But I do not want to think that we're all of a sudden get put on the hook for millions of dollars to rebuild the theater and turn it into a performing arts theater. Can any of you promise that that will not happen? I don't think so. Thank you.
Good afternoon, John Sheridan for the record. As Mr. Jackson stated, he said it's not one of our greatest theaters in town. It's actually our only theater in town. And so I wanted to start there by saying, I think when this was initially proposed, it was kind of a stigma. There may be a stigma that still hangs over it. And I still envision this as a multi-use facility. I have young children. I do not want to see the movie theaters go away. I understand movie theaters are a dying dinosaur. However, if we can envision this as a multi-use facility, possibly those 2 rooms in the back could be kept open for a movie theater, and multi-room, those could be actually smaller performing arts centers that you could actually use as a stepping stone to the grand stage, as an ascent to the grand ballroom. I think we use this as a multi-use facility, and so I think having the architectural from the start. Again, I think a stigma hung over the initial senior center when that was proposed before it became a mixed-use facility with the rec center. And I think we all agree now that the senior center and the rec center is a gem of our community. So I think we need to look at this. I think there is some stigma that does hang over this. However, I think if we envision it as a multi-use facility, we can come together as a community. Thank you, Tarkanian, for the tough questions, and Brooke, thank you for the responses.
My hesitation today, I keep expecting Charlotte to say, is there any more public comment? Okay. Is there any more public comment? Sensing no other public comment, I'll bring it back to the board and entertain additional questions, comments, observations, or a motion.
I move that we approve, that we adopt ordinance 2020. What? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting there. I move that we adopt resolution 2026R-003 as presented and accept a $62,500 donation from the Carson Valley Arts Council and a $62,500 donation from the Douglas County Community Services Foundation as presented, and that we approve a $125,000 contract between Douglas County and TSK Architects as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to adopt Resolution 2026R-003 as presented. Any further questions? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Can we take a picture?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
You only share for sure.
Happening.
Okay, 2:30. Item 14, for possible action. Are we ready to go? Okay. We ready to go? Okay. Is that where we're picking up noise?
Yeah, the microphone got unmuted.
Oh.
Sorry about that, sir.
No, I was thinking we had public comment out there going on. Okay, we're going to go into item 14. Just a quick delay here for a second. Okay, just so everybody understands. So this meeting would normally be the first Thursday of the month. However, because of the holiday, we had to back it up a week. And so that conflicted with another responsibility of Commissioner Rice, the board meeting of the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. And so he is respecting us and participating in our meeting versus going to that meeting this afternoon, and I appreciate that, and I think that's what you were communicating to that body, right? So, okay, we appreciate that, okay? So we do have responsibilities beyond this board, the liquor board, the health board, and 20 other organizations, right? So just so the public understands that, you know? Anyways, item 14 now, discussion to adopt ordinance 2025-1660. Is this 2025 or 2026?
So it was
introduced in 25. Okay, just want to make sure that we're not off base here. Discussion to adopt ordinance 2025-1660, an ordinance adopting the agreement to cancel the development agreement for Pleasant View and repealing the following agreements and ordinances pertaining to the development agreement for Pleasant View. 1, the development agreement for Pleasant View with Drayton Trust, approved March 1st, 1990. Yes, 1990, and recorded as document number 221106. Number 2, ordinance 2000-928. Number 3, ordinance 2003-1056. Once again, all these dates are important to look at. Number 4, ordinance 2006-1183. Number 5, ordinance 2014-1422. The projects associated with the development agreement include the Pleasant View subdivision and Drayton Boulevard, which are located east of Rubio Way, south of Centerville Lane, west of Tillman Lane, and north of the former gravel pit owned by Bing Construction Company of Nevada. The projects are within the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan. This is the second reading. Our Deputy Community Development Director, Andrea Pauling, is here to present today. Thank you, Andrea.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Congratulations to the Chair and Vice Chair, and Happy New Year. Andrea Pauling for the record. I'll be going over this. I know we discussed it a little bit last time when I read it into the record in December of 2025. That is why the ordinance is 2025. I heard a question, so I thought I'd clarify as well. All right, so just a brief overview of the Pleasant View Development Agreement. As Chair Gardner mentioned, the original development agreement for this, for Pleasant View, was March 1st of 1990. It's quite a long time ago. We entered into this with the original developer, Drayton Trust. We do have them here today, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Greg Lynn and Miss Suzanne Taus, who are in the audience today. And once I'm done with my presentation, I'm going to invite them up if they have anything they'd like to say. All right, so over time, the development agreement was amended 4 times. I won't repeat all of that. Chairperson Gardner said it all already. It's a mouthful. Again, there were 4 amendments. Right now, we're proposing another ordinance to agree to cancel the development agreement for Pleasant View and repeal all prior agreements and ordinances pertaining to the development agreement. The cancellation agreement has been approved by the successor to Drayton Trust and Carson Valley Home Sites. And as I said, Mr. Gregory Lynn and Suzanne Taus are here today. Mr. Angus Taus could not be here with us today. He's out of town. The proposed declaration will not impose new financial obligation on the county at all, as it only records the county's existing obligations pursuant to various development agreements to construct sound barrier walls with the construction of Drayton Boulevard in the right-of-way south of Pleasant View Drive. I always like to throw in pictures so you guys know where the Pleasant View subdivision is. On behalf of our great GIS team, they created this map for us. So you can see Pleasant View there built out. And then right to the right of that, you will see that that's where the original planned Drayton Boulevard would have been, just a view from the Pleasant View subdivision. And we discussed this in December when we came in for the declaration of deed restriction. Also approved by this board on February 20th, 2025 last year. This is the proposed plan for Drayton Boulevard. And I'm making this brief today, guys. This is the conclusion. We've explored a lot of options, and throughout the last couple of years, and I can say multiple years before that, but specifically with me in the last couple of years, we've explored every available option, legal solution, sat down with the developers, county staff, our legal team, and we believe this is the best course of conduct at this time. And on December 4th, you guys obviously are aware that we executed and recorded the deed restriction, which really just at the end of the day, what it says is if Drayton Boulevard is ever to be constructed, sound barrier walls will be constructed with it. And that was one of the concerns that the majority of the residents and our developers had pertaining to this. We're now asking to terminate the Pleasant View Development Agreement and use all the remaining available funds to complete that secondary access to rain shadow as soon as possible. We're hoping to get that timeline going after this is hopefully approved today. And then we're proposing to cancel the agreement because all obligations, obviously, of the development agreement have been performed and are guaranteed. Yes.
Could you show the map where it shows a secondary access
sure.
to rain?
Yes.
That
right here. That is the secondary access. And that's the emergency access that has been required and has not been built out yet today. Any further questions, Mr. Tricani?
I don't see any questions up here,
Okay,
right?
moving on.
I do have one.
Okay.
I had a very recent email from a constituent saying that this is going to increase traffic if Drayton isn't built on, so increased traffic on her street. So I wondered if you could touch briefly on what is, I mean, obviously since Drayton isn't a road now, it's going to stay as it currently is. But is there anything that you want that you could address regarding traffic flow?
All I could say is that we have done a traffic study in that area. It has not increased at this time, and it wasn't anticipated that it would increase. Because Drayton Boulevard isn't completely built out at this time, I can't really answer to whether there will be future traffic. Obviously, we know people are moving in, but it hasn't been an issue in the last several years.
Thank you.
And I
Okay.
just want to touch on one last thing. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to finish, but any remaining obligations, we have 2 other rain shadow development agreements that touch on Drayton Boulevard. So any of those other remaining obligations, we will be addressing at a later date, and we hope to be bringing those back to you as the board sometime in 2026 to address those.
So the adoption today of this ordinance, should it happen, would just put to bed this whole thing.
It would cancel this development agreement of Pleasant View, and this is the one that actually had a time date on it of when that timeline to build out Drayton Boulevard is. The other two development agreements did not have a timeline or a date yet.
Thank you. Okay, since no other further questions, we'll go to this is an action item, so we'll go to the public for public comment.
Yeah, I'm
What's
sorry.
that?
I was going to ask if Mr. Greg Lynn or Miss Suzanne Taus would like to come up.
That's right, sure,
Yes.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Please.
Suzanne Taus for the record. I don't have a lot to say, except that there are no obligations on either side under this development agreement right now that you have set that deed restriction in place. So I really hope you approve it, and then this 35-year-old development agreement is disappeared off of everybody's to-do list. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn, anything you wanted to add? Okay. And I want to take the opportunity while you were here to recognize Mr. Lynn was a former county commissioner. So thank you for your service to the county at that time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. John Sheridan for the record, and I want to note that I do sit on the grid board as a trustee, but I'm speaking as an individual resident and providing input as an independent board member. I would respectfully request the county does not close the development agreement for the sake of not honoring the construction of road infrastructure, i.e. Drayton Boulevard. Drayton Boulevard supports not only Pleasant View development, which you are looking to close out, but the newer Rain Shadow development, which has exceeded 20 plus homes and is in county code of need of a secondary access. 1 year ago, we received a petition from the residents on Springfield Drive stating they felt unsafe on their residential road due to not constructing Drayton Boulevard. We initiated into a traffic study as well, and I hope our general manager will get up to speak about that. Aside from the Pleasant View development, again, this road is a secondary access for the Rancho development, and as you are aware, we just had a major fire in the Ranchos, and they had to attack it from the west, and secondary access would definitely be needed with the chaos that I saw occur during that incident. The issue I see participating locally in government for the past 8 years is whenever a development proposal comes before this board, the people of the community come up to speak up about infrastructure and resources to support the development, and many in the community say they just don't want any more development. I hear NIMBY term thrown around often at these development approval meetings as a means to stifle dissent of the objecting party. But now I see many of you on the podium who use that NIMBY term in the county's favor as a means to get out from having to construct infrastructure to support a planned development. You have stated residents on Springfield Drive don't want a road in their backyard. Those same residents are on this petition stating they do not feel safe on their residential road, and Greg Lynn is one of those signed onto the petition. This petition is due to the very fact Drayton Boulevard has not been constructed, and the issue is not isolated to Springfield Drive residents. It will continue along the roads of Pleasant View Drive and Wintergreen Drive. Now, we understand the county is in a very unfavorable position considering road financing, and Drayton is not a county priority. This doesn't mean you take it off the books completely. You place it where it needs to be on the list of county road priorities, and you work with the grid to mitigate traffic issues on 3 residential roads as a result of holding off the construction. This would be a great first step in working together, as it rarely happens. Again, Drayton Boulevard, it was part of a planned development agreement. It was intended, it's needed infrastructure. It also serves as the secondary fire access for Rain Shadow development, and is required of county code, your county code. Please don't vote to end the development agreement for the sake of not having to provide necessary infrastructure. This only benefits a growing, ineffective county government and the developers. We want to change that rhetoric in 2026 going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name's Greg Reed. I'm the district manager at Gardnerville Rancho
GID. As John said, we had a petition from residents on Springfield about the traffic and the speed on Springfield. Because Drayton isn't going to be built, all of the traffic that might have gone down Drayton is overflowing into Springfield, into the residential neighborhood. And so it's creating a problem from the standpoint of speed, traffic counts. Springfield, the study that we just had done, we hired Loomis and Associates to do a traffic study for us. That showed we did a 7-day count going both directions on Springfield, and those were 800 to 900 vehicles a day going down Springfield, and peak hour was about 100 cars an hour going down Springfield. So from our standpoint, not building Drayton puts those cars, puts that traffic, puts that speed into the residential neighborhood. And I would ask that this board consider the construction of Drayton at some point in the future to alleviate that traffic in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim DeGraffenreid. I am a resident of the Gardnerville Ranchos. I'm also a trustee on the Gardnerville Ranchos GID board. I live on Tillman right near Sorensen, so I'm in the neighborhood that is affected by whether Drayton Boulevard is built or not. As was mentioned, the not building of Drayton Boulevard moves traffic that should be on that arterial street into residential streets. Springfield at the moment primarily, also affects streets like Wintergreen, Pleasant View, Sorensen, Kingston. The traffic study that our general manager referenced showed that there are 6,234 vehicles in a 7-week period that have traveled Springfield Avenue north of Kingston. When you get south of Kingston, that drops off significantly. It is 1,445. That's an indication, that almost 5,000 car difference is an indication of how much that section of Springfield is being used as an arterial road. It appeared on the map that maybe there's going to be a connection of Sweetwater into the planned extension. If that's the case, that will move some of that traffic even farther down Springfield and will affect even more of the residents. So we're very concerned about that fact. We have the petition. We've had to pay for the traffic study. We're going to need to pay to do some mitigation of some sort, whether it's digital speed signs or something to slow down the traffic on Springfield. We feel that it would be best if the county did not kill Drayton Boulevard entirely, but simply prioritize it, as a previous speaker mentioned. But regardless, we are going to have to spend money to deal with the inaction of not building Drayton Boulevard, and we would certainly request, and took action at our meeting last night, to make a formal request that the county contribute to some of these costs that we're incurring due to the fact that Drayton is not being built. Thank you very much.
James McCall for the record. Formerly was on the Ranchos board. I'm currently on the Planning Commission. I'm speaking as just a private citizen. I have, in the course of running for office or assisting other people in running for office, I have walked the Pleasant View neighborhood 3 times alone just in 24, plus previously. And when you walk a neighborhood, you hear from what people think and what they're complaining about. There are people that don't want Drayton because it's in their backyard. But at the same time, those same people are complaining about their front yard and the traffic on Springfield. Without the through street, any neighborhood, if you look at any cities laid out, if you don't have the through streets that connect your roads, then traffic goes onto residential streets that were not made for it. This is the problem here, the traffic spreading out through the neighborhood. And I realize that we can complain the county's not going to start tomorrow building Drayton. But it should stay on the books. It should respect the fact that these people, when they bought their homes, expected a through street there. They didn't expect through traffic in their neighborhoods. And that's not fair to them. When you buy a home in a development, you expect the development to be completed. This was part of the development. And it's, so again, some people don't want it for personal reasons because of their backyard. But then they want traffic calming measures in their front yard. And other people in the neighborhood simply don't want traffic that shouldn't belong in a residential neighborhood. So listening to them, because I really wasn't big on this at first, but listening to the people, I agree with them. Their development was supposed to include a through street, and that street's not been built. And by shutting this down, apparently won't be built. And I think it needs to be kept on the books somehow, either by amending this measure or in some way so that Drayton stays on the books as a road that needs to be built. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Sorry, I was writing notes for myself, okay? I before I came back to, is there any additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair,
And ask for additional comments from the board.
may I ask some questions?
Yeah,
concerning some of the
absolutely.
things I brought
Yes,
up?
we're not in the, until somebody wants to make a motion, yes, please ask questions and clarifications.
So I have not had a whole lot of people tell me they wanted Drayton Boulevard built. In fact, most of the people, I just had a comment from my neighbor that said they didn't want it built, and I live right on that area. So hearing some of these comments today is a little bit quite a bit enlightening to me. But even more so is the arguments about the promise by the development agreement to build this and so forth. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. Some of them may not be the most intelligent, considering how you guys work on things here in the community, but I'm not aware of these private roads and GIDs and how they all work. Why was Drayton designated a county road and not a GID road?
Honestly, sir, I do not know. I don't have that answer.
Does anyone in county staff know that?
Mr. Tarkanian, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. It is typically the county's habit in development agreements to require developers to contribute infrastructure. In this instance, I do believe that fees were collected in lieu of contributed infrastructure with the expectation that this road would later be constructed on I can't remember what year timeline after a certain phase of the project. That is why I suspect it wasn't done that way.
When
But
you
I
say
don't.
collected, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when you say collected, do you mean the money that was collected okay.
Yes. And I see Deputy District Attorney AJ Hames has walked up to the microphone. I don't know if you have anything additionally to add.
AJ Hames from District Attorney's Office, for the record. You're correct. The development agreement required Drayton Boulevard to be built within a time frame after a certain set of circumstances occurred. So it was essentially the build out of the Pleasant View development, which didn't occur until 2014. I think it was 2014, and I think it was, yeah. So, but meanwhile, there are two other development agreements that require the construction of Drayton Boulevard, and those are the ones pertaining to the rain shadow development. Those deadlines haven't commenced yet because there are still payments that haven't been made by the developers. So part of the problem was the county had an obligation to build a road but hadn't received full payments for that road.
To my second question, I appreciate that. My first question was, why is this a county road as opposed to a GID? Is it because it's supposed to be a collector as opposed to a residential road? I'm trying to find out why you got a hand up, I understand, but I can only ask the county staff. Why is this a county road and not a GID road? And then I'm going to get to the next question, which is what you're talking about.
And I sitting here today, I don't know. I think Mr. Ritchie might know.
Maybe my question wasn't so crazy.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. It's a great question. There's been a lot of discussion about it, but bottom line is public roads are dedicated, particularly as part of a development, to the county. When they're within a GID, though, the GIDs impose a tax on themselves to maintain their roads within their districts. But the roads are dedicated to the county. That would include collectors or even residential roads, unless they're private, like maintained by an HOA.
An answer why this one was compared to those. Okay, so that's not the important question. So I guess the important questions, but both the county staff, the county manager, and yourself are discussing. Why weren't the developers required to pay for this road? And when you're saying that they were supposed to make payments, they're making these small amounts of payments that over a period of time has no chance of paying for the entire road or the sound wall, which is part of it. So the longer you allow it to go on, the less amount of money that they pay is going to go towards it. So now you put the burden back on the county to pay for this road. A little bit what's happening with Mola Parkway now. When you don't have the developers to pay for these type of roads, you're putting on the county that doesn't have the money. Does anybody know why the developers are not required to pay for the roads to be built when they did the development?
In the case of Pleasant View, this is AJ Hames for the record, there were a number of roads that they did have to build for the development. So it wasn't that they didn't build any roads.
Talking about Drayton. So my experience in doing development work in Las Vegas is you buy a piece of property and you have to pay for the adjoining roads, whatever lanes it is. If it's a 4-lane, you're building for 2. If it's a 2-lane, you're building for 1 because the other side pays for it. Why wasn't, where Pleasant View was built, they required to pay for one side, and when Rain Shadow was built, they weren't required to pay for the other side? If they did, we wouldn't be in this position right now. And if there was a promise to put in the sound barriers, that cost should have been done by the developers, not laid on the county.
Everything that you're saying is valid criticism. Those are the terms of the contract that were agreed to back in 1990 by the board, and so those are what we're beholden to.
That leads to my third question, okay? So the county makes another bad decision on how it's going to handle the infrastructure of the roads, and you have residents that bought this home thinking there was going to be a road here, and now the county just decides they're not going to build it. Why would we, as a county board, feel that's fair to those residents?
AJ Hames again for the record. I think I have 2 parts to that answer. First, this is still a designated right-of-way. There's nothing that the board is doing today or has previously done that has redesignated it as any other kind of piece of property. It can still be developed into a road in the future. What the board has done previously, last year, was take into account community input, and there were a number of proposals that were presented, and at the time, the board gave staff sort of the go-ahead to proceed with designing a sort of a linear park, and that had sort of the approval of the public at that time.
Exactly, and that was a point where I'm surprised by the statement stated, because in that meeting, vast majority of the people, I think there was only 1 or 2 out of 12 or 14, and I know this because this is my area and it's been an issue people brought up to me, but vast majority were for this, and we didn't hear that they were against it. So we go into the park, but now they're saying they have this petition with a lot of people that are against it, and they said they relied upon this when they built it, which is really important to me. I try to understand and vote based upon what people thought they were going to get when they bought it, reasonably thought, based upon solid facts. And I was for sure going to vote yes on this, but after hearing the testimony, it makes me want to pause and say maybe we're not treating those people right that have built their homes there. And are we letting the people off that was supposed to be paying for this stuff? I mean, these home builders, Rain Shadow wasn't that old.
Yeah, again, I think there's a lot of portions to your question there. First, the public comment that we were able to hear today, I think, was acknowledging that maybe the county doesn't have the resources to build out the full road with the sound walls, in part because certain payments haven't been made, but they wanted it to stay on the books. And that can happen. We have a Douglas County Transportation Plan. Currently, Drayton Boulevard is still in the Transportation Plan, and if this board decides that it should remain in the Transportation Plan, then they can certainly push for that to remain in the transportation plan. So it's not like it's off the books. What would be off the books would be this 1990 development agreement, which requires the construction of Drayton Boulevard by 2028, 2029. And so there's still the option of Drayton. There's still 2 development agreements where developers are paying towards the completion of Drayton. But this development agreement, which has the 2029 deadline, is what would be going away.
Okay, so in a nutshell, some of the people, I believe 2 of the 3, or maybe 3 of the 4, maybe 2 of the 4, I don't know, whatever, at least 2 of them said, we don't want this eliminated where we still have the option to put the road in. And you're saying that still is the case if we vote yes? So that would satisfy that. I even think the other 2 understood that we can't build the road with today's finances. The county doesn't have the money to build for anything, let alone maintain the roads. And it's unfortunate something needs to be done. But at least we have the option to go back when we do get resources to build the road if that's what is best for the community. That's a yes, right? You shook your head. I just wanted to say.
Yes.
Any additional questions, commissioners?
I didn't understand the petition. What, do you know what the petition is? Have you seen the petition?
It's my understanding that the petition dealt with traffic along Springville. I don't know that it was specific to Drayton, the street, but I haven't read it. That was just what people explained to me. So this is hearsay. This would not be admissible in court, but we're not in court, so there you go.
See, that's also a big concern is if you're talking about adding a lot of additional traffic to neighborhoods that weren't expecting it and they were already built, they're really getting the short end of this thing. And some of them have their homes with their backyards of their homes to Drayton, and they've said that they don't want Drayton. So then that's the decision they made. But what about the other homeowners that are on the other streets that aren't part of that? They're really getting the short end of this. It's not a question, it was just a statement.
I have a number of questions. This has been on the books longer than Commissioner Tolbert has been alive, 35 years, just about. But since 1990, there's been 5 different amendments to this ordinance, I take it, in 2000, 2003, 2006, 2014. So my question is this, it's been on the books for 35 years. When was the last house in this development built? Do we know that?
I do not have the exact date. I believe it was in 2014.
2014.
Yeah, but I'd have to go back and look just to confirm because I don't want to give you guys any bad information, but I'm giving you a roundabout.
Okay, so 11 years. 11 years is the last house built. So I just question how traffic has increased since 2011. Because if there's no new houses there, how has traffic increased?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean because if they built Drayton, maybe it would decrease. If they had built Drayton, maybe it would have decreased.
But they're saying the recent traffic studies have saying it is increased, and I don't see how it's increased because there's been no new construction there.
Rain shadows, not built in 2000.
When did Rain Shadow get built out?
Let me just tell you what, I know they were still building out in 2020 because that was when I moved here. 2019, they were still building homes there with vacant lots.
And is that to the east of this?
Yeah, that doesn't.
I don't think it affects us.
That doesn't have access to Drayton.
Yeah, and it doesn't have access.
Or the east side.
It doesn't have access to Spring Hill either, does it?
It has access to Centerville coming down right, and it connects to Drayton.
Anyways, that's a question I have. The other question I have is when we do these things, and the developer has to pay into has paid into a fund, right? That fund currently exists?
Yes, Andrea Pauling for the record.
Okay.
It currently exists.
And how much is that fund currently? Do you know?
I don't have that number with me. This was in the proposal earlier this year with you guys. I apologize. I don't have that number off the top of my
Okay.
head. We do have some funds, and that was the funds that I referred to in here that we would still like to use to build out the linear trail and the emergency access.
Chairman
Okay.
Gardner, that's one of the problems with this whole thing is they took these funds in that now can't pay for
No,
a
yes.
small portion of it. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I mean,
Had to pay funds in, they should have had to build a road.
we should have had the road should have been built in 1990, right? Basically, is what I'm saying, based on those funds, and maybe the road would have been, maybe the funds would have been adequate then to do it. And I think as we do this, as other roads, maybe, I don't think that the GID necessarily, and maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Reed, but when there are okay, so we have a new development coming into the Ranchos, Rancho LLC or whatever it's called, right? And the developer is responsible for that infrastructure. But then is the Ranchos going to be responsible for the roads within that infrastructure later on after those are built out? Depends on the road. So I'm questioning, okay, so if we built out Drayton, if we built out Drayton, if we had the money to do it, which we don't, we all recognize that, but if we built it out, we would not then dedicate that road to the Ranchos, and they would be responsible for future repairs and maintenance on that road. Is that not the case?
That is not the case, sir. Thank
Okay,
you. Jennifer
I'm
Davidson,
just
County
trying to-
Manager for the
That's why I'm
record.
asking questions.
That was my
Yes.
first question.
I'm
I was
happy to
trying get
answer
help.
any
Okay.
questions you directly pose to staff. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I was just trying to get clarification to your question, Mr. Turkanian. So, yes, obviously, that's the dilemma that we have, okay, is that the road now, it's a very similar issue to Vista Grande, where we have we have X amount of funds, they're not sufficient to do the road. So what are our alternatives? Okay? Maybe someday, if this is in the transportation plan, as Mr. AJ and Andrea have indicated, if it's in the transportation plan and someday we are able to, then maybe that's what we do. I don't have any alternatives to that, unfortunately. I wish I did. I wish I could satisfy both sides of the equation. Those people on Spring Hill that are complaining about traffic, and those people who don't want a sound wall behind their house, and I think that's the problem. Is I think we come up and the residents have proposed the most reasonable process here is that secondary access gates, so that it would allow in an emergency access to that area. I wish I had a better answer. I don't.
So my understanding, to boil this all down, is money was collected for a road. Back then you could build, and we don't have near enough to build a road, and either in this specific fund collected or in the general fund. So, and in terms of road projects, this may be nice to have, but it is not a priority given the other compelling needs of transportation in the county. So that's the situation that we're in. And now we have this development agreement that's 35 years old that has nothing else left to be done to it to be able to resolve it and get it off the books. And by approving this ordinance, we are not saying we will never build the road. What we're doing is closing out that development agreement. And we can still build the road sometime in the future when it rises to a priority and when we have the funds and when all things come together. But meanwhile, we get the development agreement off of our desks because it can't by law continue in perpetuity, and it is time to have it resolved. Is there anything I said that was inaccurate?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
But I do want to ask this question, okay, and because I think it's very pertinent to this. How much is in the fund? It's not adequate. What happens to those residual funds if we vote to approve this? where do those funds reside?
They will still reside in the same fund that it's in now, and those funds will be used for the building out of the linear trail and that emergency access that we discussed in this plan right here.
And that we have sufficient funds to complete that function.
That is correct. We have sufficient funds to complete this proposed plan right now. We do not have any other funds to complete anything else on this.
And any residual funds will not go back to the developer.
Correct, because we're using it to build out a portion of Drayton Boulevard.
And that plan is what received the community support. And until today, we're hearing about lack of support, which I don't see any justification for, secondhand.
Correct. That is, I'm not going to say that we had everyone in agreement, but the majority of the public that we spoke to, we had 2 residential meetings in Pleasant View, and at the February 20th BOCC meeting, this is what was voted on and what the majority was in favor of. Correct.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to what Ms. Pauling was stating, with your permission, sir, I'll be short. There are, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, there are many benefits to making the improvements that we have proposed. There are drainage issues on Dayton. There are nuisance weed issues on Drayton. This plan allows for an improvement to be made to the area that addresses both of those concerns. But still, if Drayton is needed in the future, or we determine it should be a priority for the county, we're not talking about putting in something that can't be changed later or modified later. So there's a lot of benefits to what we are proposing today. I also just want to acknowledge on the record a request by the GID to potentially work with them on addressing the traffic concerns on the remaining streets. I'm happy to get that information from their board and their general manager who's in the audience today and bring that back to you for your request. I do understand they took action last night to make that request. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Are we ready for a motion now?
I think it took great perseverance by our county staff and Mr. Hames to come up with a mechanism that allows this development agreement to be resolved. And I just appreciate that patient and thoughtful work. And I do support the county working with GRID to help traffic in any way that we can to make it more appropriate. With that, I would move approval of the adoption of ordinance 2025-1660 as presented.
I will second.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to adopt ordinance 2025-1660 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
And I want to say that I'm making that statement based upon the fact that if the county feels, yes,
That's on the record, okay?
that the road
This-
stays
okay.
on the, you call it the RTC or the master.
The regional transportation plan.
Okay,
right?
and so that is still an option if the money.
Transportation plan.
If it's an option if at a later point in time we feel we can get it done.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. At least we're getting rid of the development agreements, aren't we? Finally. What's that? Can you take it? Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute recess until, 3:15. to recognize that. So I'll read this and for possible action, discussion to approve the appointment of county commissioners, staff, and alternatives to various Douglas County boards and committees. These boards, commissions, meetings include but are not limited to Audit Committee, Nevada Association of Counties, Quad County Coalition. It's just a number of them here. I don't have to go through all of them. This is being presented by County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of keeping this agenda item brief, I won't go into the various boards, committees, commissions, and appointments that this commission has. And I'll turn it back to the commission for your deliberations. Included on packet page 333 are the list of the current boards and commissions and the various commission assignments, and those with specific terms where the terms are specifically up requiring formal action by the board. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I guess the first, maybe I should ask it first. Is there, are there boards or appointments here that a board member would no longer wish to participate with for whatever reason? Is everybody comfortable with their appointments or assignments
Mr. Chairman,
as we stand now?
I have had the pleasure of serving on the boards that I've been on now for a number of years. I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm doing a good job, and I would like to maintain all of the boards and commissions that I currently serve.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I would indicate that I'm also very comfortable with the boards that I serve on and enjoy involvement on behalf of this board in that regard. So I would like to remain with all of my appointments.
I think you should be removed from NACO if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, once again, we find something that we disagree on.
I would like to thank Mr. Tarkanian for taking a lot of my board, especially the ones in the yellow. Those were actually supposed to be Tolbert's. The top lines. The NACO alternate and the WNDD are both mine.
Okay, so we still have, so we have now 2 appointments on NACO, and that should be recognized. We have my appointment, and because I am serving as the rural counties representative on the NACO board, that allows us an additional appointment. So Commissioner Tolbert has filled that role. I don't know whether or not we need, quote, quote, an alternative. We could just take that off and just, both of us are on at this time. Commissioner
Sure.
Hales?
I was going to cover something else.
Okay. Oh, you wanted to cover something else?
Yes.
Okay.
You asked if we were
Now,
comfortable with what we have,
yes.
but I want to note that on page 333, NNDA, Northern Nevada Development Agency Authority, is listed as me, but for the past year, that's been Commissioner Tarkanian's responsibility. And then on page 335, there are a few things left off of my list, which are Carson Water Subconservancy District and the Tahoe Blue Event Center stakeholder group.
To look at page 335 in this regard and see where we are.
Right. So
Right.
those 2 things I have been serving on, and they're
Okay.
not listed on my list.
Okay, so once again, for the record, which ones are we missing?
Carson Water
CWSD.
Subconservancy District and Tahoe Blue Event Center stakeholder group.
Okay.
And that one is intertwined with Tahoe Transportation District and South Shore Transportation Management Association, so it makes sense to have one person do all of those.
And I think you've done a great job on that, so I would encourage you to stay on that. And as I look at my list, so I'm the alternative to Northern Nevada Development Authority, and Commissioner Tarkanian assigned to that, right? Okay. So we're going to take off, under Mr. Tarkanian, we're going to take off the Nevada Associated Counties alternative. Okay. And then we discussed also the possibilities of adding an item, adding an assignment of a board member to the Douglas County Business Council.
And I've gone to those since, as an individual person, as a member, since I became a commissioner. So I would be happy to accept an assignment to represent this board.
I think I should, because me and the chair of the council are on such good terms that we'd have such a great time together, don't you think?
I think that was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, it was, and I got to stop that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you'll take on additional responsibility of being our
Yes,
representative to the Business Council.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Everybody else good with everything they have here? So otherwise, we really don't have any choice.
Yeah, you're going to take me off as an alternative on
Yeah, on NACO. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can direct your attention to our Economic Vitality Manager.
Yes, that is
She was selected as alternate to the Carson Valley Arts Council. We do need a replacement. We are planning to fill the position. Nikki is no longer with the organization. She left on good terms. We wish her all the best with her and her new little one. But we do need a replacement.
Could we wait on that until we have perhaps a new Economic Vitality Manager and see if that individual is interested in serving in that capacity?
That's a good point, Commissioner. I do think Commissioner Hales has been able to regularly attend the Arts Council meetings, and in the off chance she's not, she can just coordinate with my office until we can fill it. That's fine.
Assigned to that position?
I guess you could, yeah, that's a good point.
All right, I move. Oh, no, public comment.
Okay. So is that it? I think we're good, right? And does this, it does require possible action, so it does require public comment. Is there anybody of the public that wishes to comment on this item? I'm never troubled by your comments, so if you want to spend 3 minutes at the podium.
And you can't complain to your wife that it was my fault that these meetings went on longer, okay?
As he was saying, my wife read his newsletter and said this would be a short meeting. She's already texted me a couple of times saying I'm a little upset with that. So anyway, good luck to all of you on all your assignments and everything. I wish you the best. Do a good job representing us. We appreciate it. So, and that was my comment that was duly wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. Okay, we're going to bring it back. Campo was what, John Erb?
It is consistent with your previous recommendation, Commissioner Tolbert. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I think that role should be assigned to the position of traffic engineer. That is Mr. Erb's former title. For those who may not know, members of the public, our traffic engineer, John Erb, has retired from this organization, and we wish him the best and thank him for his service.
Okay.
I'm prepared with a motion.
Pardon me?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Oh, okay. There's a motion required? Okay.
I move that we approve the appointments as listed on page 335 of the agenda packet with the following changes. That NACO would be added to Commissioner Tolbert's and removed from Commissioner Tarkanian's list. That Carson Valley Arts Council alternate would be added to Commissioner Tolbert's list. That Campo would be assigned to the position of traffic engineer, and that added to my list would be Carson Water Subconservancy District, Douglas County Business Council, and the Tahoe Blue Event Center Stakeholder Group. And everything else remain as listed on page 335.
With the edit that Arts Council is assigned to the position of Vitality Director,
Yeah.
not me.
Okay, I amend that motion to be Carson Valley Arts Council alternate will be the Economic Vitality Manager, whoever is assigned to that or employed in that position.
Yeah, I'll second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the assignments as articulated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. We'll move to our final item today, closing public comment. Mr. Jackson. We'll just put you on the agenda.
Jim Jackson. Couple of things. On the Performing Arts Center, one of the comments that I forgot to mention was, if you're the landlord and he's the tenant and he's improving the property with your permission, why is the money funneling through the county? Why are the donations given to the county, then the county returns them back to them to hire the architect or the design group or the consultant? If he is truly the tenant and he has your permission, why isn't he doing that on his own? All I can say is that down the road someplace, county's going to get stuck with some money, whether you have it or not. That's one. The other thing, the last item you had on the developers not building a road or making the money available at the time they started but didn't build the road, 35 years later, you can't afford to build the road because there's not enough money. Past commissioners have not done this county justice. They've made agreements that they couldn't live up to. They let the developers run rampant with everything. I hope that this council does not ever make an agreement like that with a developer. If a developer wants to build homes and roads are required for that, make them build the roads before the first home is built, not when the last one is built, before the first one is built. Don't let them off the hook. If a developer is giving you a hard time, wants to sue you for whatever reasons, because of an agreement that was made by a past commission, say, okay, fine, we're just going to walk away from the whole deal. We're not going to pay any of the road money, and we're not going to let you develop any of the homes. The whole deal is canceled. Get tough with these guys. They're making millions of dollars, and we get stuck with all the infrastructure bills and everything that goes along with that. Don't let them do it to us anymore. You guys have the power. Stick with it. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
James McAlp, I just kind of want to echo that. A lot of the criticism of this board has come from things that were done by previous boards that you've been stuck with. Certain development of 2,500 homes being one of them. This situation with Drayton being another one. And it's unfortunate. It seemed like the public needs to more understand that these are things you've been stuck with and you're doing the best you can with them. So I want to give you credit for dealing with that. And it's a shame that some things that I know I spoke against when they happened, and anticipating this kinds of problems and to see it in fruition and different people trying to deal with it. So thanks for hanging in there, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Well, any other public comment? Any responses? So, very good. Thank you very much, and the meeting is hereby adjourned.